You are listening to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda. On this episode, we are discussing Potemkin City Limits, track 7, not on the Potemkin City Limits 2005 LP of the same name, but in fact on 2009's follow-up supporting cast. And this is our 10th episode from that record.
Amazing.
So we're getting pretty close to finishing it, Greg.
I feel like this is going to be the first record that we actually finish all the way through. You know, the other ones being Without Love and Incalculable Effects. And I've sort of started thinking about those episodes in my planning stages whenever I'm like thinking about the podcast during the week.
Same.
So I think this is going to be our first LP that we finish all the way through, which I could not be more thrilled about. But before we get into the actual episode, I think that defining the term Potemkin City from the title right off the bat will actually be helpful. Like, I feel like if we wait until the lyrical discussion to go over that term, the lyric appears very late in the song. So if we don't define the main term up front on this episode, I feel like we'd be doing this brilliant song a little bit of an injustice. So I know you have some ideas as well, but you know, I just did a little bit of digging and I found that in politics and economics, a Potemkin village is any construction whose purpose is to provide a positive external facade to a country that is faring poorly, making people believe that the country is faring better than it actually is.
Right.
And, you know, Chris Hanna recently did a fabulous Patreon episode about this song where he goes over this from his perspective as the actual person who wrote the song, who was inspired by Potemkin villages based on what he experienced in the world. So I strongly recommend that. But just to paraphrase what Chris said in the other episode, the term comes from stories of a fake portable village built by Gregory Potemkin to impress Empress Catherine II during a journey to Crimea in 1787. And the original story was that Potemkin erected phony portable settlements along the banks of the Dnieper River. And the Dnieper is one of the major rivers of Europe, which rises in Russia, flows through Belarus and Ukraine to the Black Sea. And I found out that it's the longest river in Ukraine, which has been in the news for very unfortunate reasons for the past several years. And Belarus and is also the fourth longest river in Europe after the Volga, Danube, and Ural rivers. So the total length of this river is 2,200 kilometers. But anyway, the structures of Potemkin's village would be disassembled after the empress passed and reassembled farther down the route to be viewed again on their route. But
right.
I was looking at this term, and Keith, I remember that you lived in Ukraine, so you have an interesting perspective on the setting of what a Potemkin village actually is. But I'm wondering if you ever saw the Dnieper River when you lived in Ukraine.
Oh yeah. I crossed it more times than I could count. I mean, it really bisects the country, starting in the northern central part and in like the oblast that where you'll find Chernobyl, like think of like the state or the region. So not far from that was actually my training site called a town called Ostior in Chernihiv Oblast, and then further south there's Kyiv. It then cuts east and swerves back west and deposits into the Black Sea, not far from Odessa, where the famous film Battleship Potemkin was set, depicting the mutiny of a Russian imperialist battleship or warship. So I lived all the way out east, about 15 miles as the crow flies from the Russian border. So when I visited Kyiv, or when my wife and I traveled to the Carpathians, or if we had a conference or an in-service training, we always we would take the train, we would cross the Dnieper. Every morning, I remember, it was an 18-hour train ride from Luhansk, the closest or the largest city in the region where I lived. And I would get on the train at 4 p.m, 4:50, and you'd hope you'd get like a good coupe, a compartment with some talkative people, maybe if they knew a little bit of English, and if not, you got to practice your Russian and Ukrainian, and you'd be on the train until 8 the next morning. So from from 4:50 in the afternoon, late afternoon, until 8. And right about the time you'd wake up, like people would start waking up, you get served tea. And then you'd sure as you wake up, not long after, you'd see the Dnieper and apartments and the city really sprawling beyond the river itself, monuments, churches, some statues as well. So it is a very iconic river to the nation.
I love that the story of Potemkin villages has a direct connection to your lived experience. It just kind of makes this entire episode a little more special for me. You know what I mean? I love stories like that.
Yeah, seeing the threads that come together in maybe ways that, I living there when I first heard the song and not really knowing what that term meant at the time, and just learning more and more. I think there's a lot to take from that and then reflect on, for sure.
Well, so going back to the actual story and the history behind it. So historians today cite the story as largely a myth. And I found some researchers that did a little bit of work on this. And one is Simon Sebag Montefiore, I believe is how you say his name. But he is Potemkin's most comprehensive English language biographer, and a tale of elaborate fake settlements with glowing fires designed to comfort the monarch and her entourage as they surveyed the barren territory tonight is largely fictional, according to Sebag Montefiore. But Alexander Panchenko, who's a specialist on the 19th century Russian history, used original correspondence and memoirs to conclude that the Potemkin villages are a myth. And he writes, quote, "Based on the above said, we must conclude that the myth of Potemkin villages is exactly a myth and not an established fact." And he writes that Potemkin indeed decorated existing cities and villages, but made no secret that this was a decoration. So just to kind of, give a little bit of a background to this, Catherine annexes Crimea, and then she took a tour, and Potemkin wanted to impress her. So, however, instead of the building facades on wheels that the story was eventually spun into, what actually happened is that he spent lots of money on fireworks and decor to spruce up the villages, but he was openly bragging about wanting to impress Catherine when telling people about this. So, the rumor of the Potemkin villages was first spread by Finnish politicians, and the rumor then spread throughout Europe, and it became an urban legend for Europeans who wanted to spread the idea that Russia was poor. So that's sort of how it spread. And modern day Potemkin villages exist in many countries, a notable example being the demilitarized zone in North Korea, which has like a village facade right there to sort of try to convince South Koreans to defect to the north, I think is why it was originally built. But it serves a variety of purposes, but often as like a training site for war and doing crash test sites for cars. And there's all kinds of reasons that Potemkin villages exist. So that's sort of a retelling of what Potemkin villages are in general.
Yeah, Greg, and that context is necessary, as though we've touched on it before on this podcast. That metaphor is all over the Potemkin city limits record, even if the title track didn't actually make the cut. So facades take many shapes, and that idea of a Potemkin village is applied to settler colonialism and the false promise that colonizers bring something greater than what indigenous peoples had pre-contact. I think that metaphor is also applied to the empty words of journalists, musicians, and politicians who personally profit from the political and social issues that they address and they claim to care about. Their words being the Potemkin stand-ins for their failure to act. I think the album before supporting cast of Potemkin City Limits also addresses the punk scene and how punk itself claims to offer dissent and radical ideas, but caves to corporate interests and mainstream politicians, or just Western civilization as a whole. There's this illusion of achievement and well-being and success and like good fortune. But if you peel back that veneer, so much of what we see every day is fabricated building fronts like a B movie backlot that just does not stand up to scrutiny.
Yeah.
And I'm sure our listeners can think of even more examples of the metaphorical Potemkin village, not only on, that record or on supporting cast, but across the band's discography.
Yeah, it's like an ongoing theme for the entire
Right.
catalog of the band of pointing out every single Potemkin village in our culture that they happen to witness and then calling it out. So this is like far bigger than just the name of a record or just the name of a song. I mean, that was so well said, Keith. And I've never really thought about it like that, but like it almost feels like the mission statement for the band is just to point out the Potemkin cities of our society and ask all of us, the listeners, to actually pay attention to the Potemkin villages right before our very eyes. You know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. And it was Chris's podcast episode, and I brought it up multiple times with the painting by, is it Attila Hea? Is that his name?
Yeah.
So the painting by Attila Hea, the Cape Winds painting that he thought of using for the Potemkin City Limits album, in which it's like this very, very dramatic, very realist depiction of a space shuttle. And I'm thinking like, what? That wouldn't work at all. What are you talking about? Like that would fit on a Dream Theater record or something, not progressive thrash punk hardcore band. But then realizing again how, thinking about it through that image, then that picture, that painting, that image of the space shuttle is so grandiose, and the amount of technological achievement and research and investigation and effort to create that is so profound and immeasurable. But that's the surface, right? And everything else is crumbling below that. Despite this grand achievement, that is not a reflection of what the rest of, the United States or whatever Western country is. So, Greg, I think it's good that we established this context, hopefully getting people thinking about it in ways that probably already have, but maybe some other connections as well. And I'm excited to hear a couple covers for this song that I know that you have in store for us.
Yeah, this episode, it got away from me. This has been in the works for a while behind the scenes, and I completely lost control of this episode.
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. I mean, I just kept having interesting experiences leading up to the creation of this episode. But I do have some covers. The first cover, I want to put it right at the beginning here, because I've got three. And I want to make sure that we get all of them here in the first half of the episode before we get to the song discussion itself, because they're so great. Longtime listener of the podcast, Darren Power, wrote to me a while back and asked about doing a cover of this for the episode. And he sent me some short little clips of him playing it. And I was like, please make a full version of this and finish it. And it turned out great. And I asked Darren if he would comment a little bit on his experience in making it. And these are Darren's words, quote, "This song is so creative. From the first second, it slaps you in the face with a driving beat, harmonic chords with interesting timings, balanced with dissonant and jarring notes, and atmospheric swells from the beeve. Above all, it's a unique and powerful story that challenges the listener to consider the lived experiences of animals that we are raising to view as nothing more than cute objects for our consumption and entertainment. Similar to ideas put forth in the song Purina Hall of Fame, it lets the listener consider the merits, absurdity, in my mind, of a slaughterhouse, recognizing and even promoting the strong will to live of one of its subjects. A truly twisted sense of honor bestowed upon a pig. The song also contains some of the most beautiful, touching lyrics the band has ever created, which highlight how animals seek similar, simple things in life, like time spent with family and not being killed, just a warm and distant dream of his mother's loving eyes upon him." So I love this cover. I think that Darren did an amazing job. And so please.
And very
enjoy.
well stated there. Yeah, right. Well stated.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing too, Keith. I'll just say this as well, kind of spoiling my chat on the guitar stuff. I overlooked this song as a guitar performance for years and years. It doesn't have like super crazy obvious riffs, doesn't have huge like in your face solos. So this is a song that I overlooked on guitar for many years until we were making this episode and preparing. But Darren's comments really touch on some nice detail about the nuance of the guitar performance itself. So I just will remind people when we get to the guitar section that Darren has already offered some beautiful commentary on the actual performance itself. So please enjoy Darren Power's rendition of Potemkin City Limits.
Francis didn't give a fuck about the rollbacks. Overproduction reduced demand. He never gave much thought to disputing contracts. In his short life he'd only ever known panic, fear, pain, darkness, pandemonium. In this hell that was his home, well, fourth quarter earning expectations expedited their demise. The panic grew as the humans stalked among them. With a scream it began. When Francis shot his eyes, he felt the hand of inhumanity wash over him. Well, his would-be killers backed him for a moment. A shining ray of light spread across the floor. In a crimson pool he saw his own reflection as he bolted for the door. Not such a fractured fairy tale. This is a fable far too real. We somehow still cling to. Lines of bridge the chasm between cognition and belief. Any other plausible denial that might offer some relief to the dissonance that Francis left screaming in his wake. Into the heart of the city's badlands. Oh, he made good his escape. Wherefore 5 months he ran free, replaying his only fond memory, just a warm and distant dream of his mother's loving eyes upon him. Francis made it farther than she did, just a quarter mile, just short of the city limits. They finally captured him, and there's a statue at the abattoir erected to remind us all of their contributions. To me it marks Potemkin city limits. Francis cast in bronze. Turn around, I'm gone. Not just some faction fairy tale, although I wish that were true. Fable factory, we somehow still cling to.
How bad my cat is. Look at this.
Slowly blinking.
He's just so ridiculous.
What a beautiful cat.
He's a loaf. Look at him. He like doesn't even care.
Yeah, just chill.
Get out of here, homie.
Cool as a cucumber.
All right, I'm going to go back in.
Cool.
All right. Thank you so much, Darren, for that awesome cover. We appreciate it a ton. There will be another cover after our first guest as well. So you have more covers to look forward to in this episode.
All right. So let's get to the guests. Since we have a few covers, let's hear who you talk to about Potemkin City Limits.
So guest one is Coby Linder from the band Say Anything and the YouTube playthrough channel Punk Drum Love. Coby, like so many others, I found Coby, like so many others, through his work in the band Say Anything when their record Is a Real Boy came out in the year 2004. But the years passed and Coby came back on my radar totally at random because of this podcast, because of an amazingly spirited drum playthrough video of Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes, where this guy with huge muscles was just beating the living shit out of his drum set, like totally wild. And I was like, that dude is giving it. So I watched that video so many times, and then I found him on social media and I was like, oh my gosh, that's the old drummer from Say Anything. This is so crazy. So every time I would watch it, I would just smile because it's one of the most athletic and wild drum performances. But Coby is an extremely physical drummer, which is no shock because he's a bodybuilder. He's super ripped. He's also a vegan, and he has a Potemkin City Limits tattoo. And we just got to talking over the last year, and he's a heck of an awesome person. He's given me tons of nutrition advice, and I admire the hell out of his work. He does lots of online coaching, and you can find him on Instagram at Coby Linder for his fitness work, or you can find him for his drum work at punk_drum_love. So Coby rules. He loves propaganda. He loves playing drums. He loves being a vegan and talking about it. So I was really excited to have him on to, chat about this song. So let's check out why Coby Linder loves propaganda and Potemkin City Limits. Coby Linder, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about propaganda.
Thank you for having me. Super stoked to be here, man. Really appreciate it.
I'm so delighted that you're here, Coby. It's been a super long time since you and I have been in touch. And, we've been talking about doing this for a long time. And the fact that we're finally doing it is just a thrill to me. So I'm wondering if we can just start off by having you introduce yourself a little bit to the audience, just a little bit, so they know kind of who you are and what you do.
Absolutely, man. So Coby Linder, I live in Dallas, Texas. I am a full-time health and fitness coach. I do all of it online. So I've been doing that ever since for the last probably 12 years. And before that, which is a big reason why I'm on, is I was original drummer and drummer up until 10 years ago of Say Anything. Mm-hmm. So we started the band like in 2000, and then did 4 records. I was part of 4 records, and then that's how I got into music, obviously, and started playing professionally and tour and everything. So, but now I'm here in Dallas doing the health and fitness thing. And we connected for our love for propaganda. And now we're talking, man. So it's really cool. I really appreciate it.
I'm wondering a little bit about your musical journey. You're a drummer, and like you said, you played and Say Anything on 4 records. And I'm wondering kind of like what that path was like for you into finding performance and finding, music as sort of a way of life, earlier in your life that kind of got you on this path.
Yeah. I mean, so growing up, my parents, they weren't musical people, but they put music in front of me, whether it was growing up on Broadway or things like Oliver, Les Miserables, Fiddler on the Roof. I'm Jewish, so a lot of Jewish stuff. And just even Jewish songs, at summer camp, just all these Jewish prayers and stuff. It just, I got into me. And then I started playing piano when I was about 10 or 11 years old. And I absolutely hated it because I was this angsty, energetic, fiery little kid, I guess a punk kid, but not really yet. But I was into alternative music, and I hated piano, but I played it for 2 years to appease my parents. And then I switched schools, and the new school needed a drummer for their orchestra. And my mom was like, hey, you know, they need this. Like, I was always like banging on stuff and like, so like, so typical, like chopsticks and, you know, pots and pans, just like that typical story. And my mom was like, hey, you know, we can get you like these drum lessons with the orchestra. So I started playing drums and just absolutely fell in love with it. It was like everything to me at that time. And yeah, I played in the orchestra. Then my parents got me a kit, started playing along to Bad Religion songs, you know, as I was getting more into like, you know, underground stuff and punk stuff. And yeah, then a few years later, actually my first year of high school, we started Say Anything. Max, the lead singer, and I, we started the band at Jewish summer camp. That's where we met. We were like 2 of the 3 or 4 only like kids with a 10-foot pole CD, you know? Nice. So we bonded over that. He had an acoustic guitar. I had a drum pad and sticks. And we just did that. And then we played all in high school, did some like high school records. Then right after high school, I grew up in Los Angeles, so moved from LA to New York to record our first record together. And then that was it. Just kept doing it.
You know, and something else, as I was listening to some of your tunes this morning, I remember that you were also in a band with Max and Chris from Saves the Day, right?
Oh yeah, Two Tongues. Yep.
Oh yeah. Like I had forgotten about that until this morning. I went back and listened to it. I was like, this is great. I can't believe I forgot about this.
I just listened to that record. So I'm getting back into drumming now. I just listened to that record maybe 3 weeks ago, like the whole thing while I was on a run, actually.
Nice.
Listened to the whole thing. And yeah, so I think they've done 2 records. I was on the first one because I had left Say Anything before they did the second one. So I was on the first one. It was me, Max, Chris, and I don't know how familiar you are with Saves the Day, but Dave from Saves the Day, he was our guitar player. Yeah. He played bass on that record. So the 4 of us did that record.
Awesome. Well, that's really cool. I'm hoping to just get everybody out there listening to remember that project exists, and maybe they can be like, oh yeah, and then go back and check that out as well. I always love doing that, where I can like find something that I'd forgotten about and then bring it back into my life. It's one of my favorite things.
The first the first half of that record is some of my favorite songs. Like the first song, I love that song.
How did you find Propagandy?
So I was thinking about this, and it was from a Fat Records compilation. I believe it was number 6, and Back to the Motor League was on there.
Awesome.
I know. So I heard it and I was like, what the fuck is this?
What an amazing first song to hear too.
Yeah, this is badass. This is fast, energetic, but like, and I'm not much of a lyric guy, like right off the bat. I like want the music and the tune and like catchiness, you know? So I didn't dive into like the epicness of Propagandy lyrics until like I recently like became obsessed with them. They're my favorite band. But I heard Back to the Motor League, was like, what the hell is this? This is awesome. And then Supporting Cast came out, and I was like really into that record. So that was about 2002, 2003, I want to say, when I first heard them.
Cool. Nice. You know, I found you because you did this Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes drum playthrough video. And I have reposted that video on the Instagram stories so many times because it is like the wildest drum playthrough video I've ever seen. I've never seen anything like it. You just bring it so hard on that video. And every time I see it, I can't help but just smile the entire time because you're just going so hard. And the YouTube comments are amazing too. Yeah. Somebody is like, man, you just giving it on that video. And it's so amazing. And then once I started sharing that video, you replied telling me that you showed me your Potemkin City Limits tattoo. Yeah. And then I kind of started following you because of your fitness training work. And, you know, recently you've even given me some specific dietary advice in the aftermath of some health scares that I had, which was amazing. And I'm just grateful to you for chiming in on that whenever I was kind of freaking out about my own body. But I was watching some videos of you like doing like, I think it was like I found some old videos of you like doing like a Beachbody video where you're talking about what it's like to like work out as a musician on tour. Yeah. And also talking kind of like about your own fitness journey. Yeah. And I know that you weren't always a vegan, but I know you are now. Yes. And so I'm kind of curious about this journey that you've gone on into fitness and then finding vegetarianism and veganism, which is going to connect into the song that we're going to get into in a little bit.
Yeah. So my like health / fitness journey really started in high school when my dad had cancer. He had been like, pretty overweight my whole life. And then when I was around 15, 16, he was diagnosed with cancer. And his whole deal was he had to he was so overweight that he had in the stomach, and the cancer was in his stomach. So he had to lose 150 pounds in 6 months just for them to be able to do the surgery.
Wow.
So I remember it's like seeing him. He would go to the gym twice a day, got a trainer. He would, on this crazy diet, which I would never recommend to anyone. But when you're in this dire or crazy situation, you need to do crazy shit.
Yeah.
And it worked. He lost the weight, was able to have the surgery. They got the cancer out. And during that time, I kind of like did it with him as like a way of support. But also like I was a little, overweight just because you eat what your parents buy you type thing or make for you. And that was coincided with Say Anything starting to do stuff in high school. So all of a sudden, like for me, I lose like, 30, 40 pounds. I'm the drummer in this band, girls and stuff. It kind of like changed my life in a really profound way when I was 16. I had my first girlfriend and everything. So it was this awesome thing for me. And then later I go on tour, I kind of lose all those habits. I gained a bunch of weight. I don't feel good. I'm like smoking, I'm drinking, the typical tour stuff.
Yeah.
And then around 2008, 2009, I just started really getting into really wanting to just change my life, like get back to being the person who I knew I was. I kind of lost myself in the touring lifestyle. And ever since then, I've just been like really into health and fitness, really into helping people. Once it's one of those things that once you learn the information, you just want to like share it and help other people that you see are struggling or that ask you questions or whatever. And I wasn't, vegan back then. I've been vegan for 6 years now. So that was around like 2000, what are we, 21, so 2015, 16. I just went on my health and fitness journey. And around 2015, 16, me and my fiance, Tracy, we both went vegan together at the same time, which was awesome. And she started for more of the health benefits. And I did it for the ethical reasons. I remember and that was kind of around the time where I really started getting into propaganda too, like from a vegan standpoint and like their lyrics. Because I remember going to the gym and just the humane meat came on.
Yeah.
And I had just been vegan for like maybe a month. And I'm like, oh, I get it. It all clicked for me within the first like 2 months of going vegan. And I watched Earthlings. I made the decision to find out what this is all about because we were going to do it. Tracy and I were going to do it together and I wanted it to stick because I'd actually gone vegan before 2 years prior, but it was just the food. And I always tell people, if you're going to be vegan for your life, it can't be about just the food. It's got to be for a bigger reason. And animals and animal rights and animal welfare are, for me, the biggest reason. So it all kind of clicked for me around that time and been vegan ever since. Now we help people, not only lose weight, get in shape, cleanse them. It took everything to this next level, which is what you and I talked about with, the heartburn and everything, talking about eating more alkaline foods, not acidic foods, getting away from processed food, eating more fruits and vegetables and all that stuff. So it's literally been the most life-changing, aside from drumming and music. It was drumming and music, and then it's fitness, and now it's veganism, and I'm kind of putting all three of them together, which is really cool for me.
Yeah.
But it's been this huge life-changing, eye-opening red pill type thing for me.
Yeah. It's really funny too because I'm going through some stuff in my personal life, some massive transitions, and it's been very stressful for me. And in the early days of this transition that I'm currently going through, I found myself living on, pizza delivery and, beer for several months. And it was really just dark for me because I would keep going on my runs and things like that. But I was just feeling terrible. I was very depressed. And it just so chatting with you has been really helpful because now instead of reaching for the pizza delivery, I'm like making these big salads and I'm eating a lot of celery with hummus and I'm like very hydrated and I'm totally sober. And it's really been an amazing experience for me the last couple of months to kind of, get my own head out of my own ass and get out of my own way and start like thinking about things in a different way, because like there's nothing like being 37 about to turn 38 and having your entire like waking up in the middle of the night at 1 a.m. feeling like your chest is going to explode. And it's terrifying. Terrifying. So I feel like I'm moving in very positive directions and you're kind of a part of that. And so is Propagandy, which is really amazing. I love that.
That is awesome. And I'll just say, it's like, it's one of those, the big thing that, both fitness and veganism has like, what it means so much to me. And it really has taught me is that it's like food and fitness are basically the two only things we have control over.
Yeah.
Like in our life, we can't control other people. We can't control the weather. We can't control the traffic. There's so many things we can't control. But what we put in our mouths and whether we move our bodies or not are two things that we have a lot of control over, and yes, emotions get in the way of that stuff, but we can learn how to like cope with those, in healthier ways. So just, whether we're going through hard times, it's like, as you learn, bad food and beer never makes those times better.
Never.
It might in that moment for that initial like taste satisfaction, but you keep doing that compounded over a period of time, you're going to hit that rock bottom, and you're going to have to dig yourself out of that. And that's the thing. That's why people get sick, later in life, is they've just kept digging that hole, and it's so hard to get out of. And their body, like their brain can't even fathom getting out of it, even though every disease is basically the same thing. And there's like really only one quote unquote cure for every disease, but some people are they're too deep into it. And, it's a very small percentage of the people that actually want to do the work to get out of it, so I'm glad you were open to it.
I'm doing it. And, I'm curious too about how you might advise people that are trying to go in that direction, but maybe they keep like relapsing. Do you know what I mean? Like, do you have any thoughts on like busting yourself out of that cycle where you feel successful for a couple of weeks and then you fall back and then you're like, one step forward, then you're like 8 steps back. How do you break those habits, those addictions, those lifetime accumulated habits that we tend to get ourselves into, especially regarding food,
Yeah. Food is probably the biggest vice/drug that we have. It's just, there's a few things. You have to have a really strong why, like why you're doing it. And it can't really be just to look good in the mirror. That can get you so far. But that's the thing is like, that's what people do is they have 2 awesome weeks and they've lost 5, and they look in the mirror and they're like, oh, I'm looking better. And then they get an ego about it. And then they're out and then they eat the pizza. And then that pizza does something to their body where they crave it the next day and they're 8 steps backwards. So you got to have a strong why that can power you through those hard times, like when you're out or you're emotional or it's a holiday or whatever it is, and you should enjoy yourself on a holiday. I'm not saying that, but if you have goals, you want to stick to your goals. And then you have to you got to be patient with yourself. You have because for me, there were so many times where I took those big steps forward and then relapsed back.
Mm-hmm.
And for some people, that's just part of their journey. Even with veganism, I know so many people who they're vegan for a little bit and then, they went back to whatever pizza or they had that, then they started craving it, or their mom made it for them and they didn't want to say no to their mom. So many things, especially with food, because it's different than drugs, right. Food is everywhere, and food industries and, they're fucking with us 24/7. Because even when I go into the grocery store and I just want to get my fruits and vegetables, I got to walk by certain things, you know what I mean? And luckily being vegan, there's a lot of things where I don't even look at because I know it has milk powder in it.
Sure.
For whatever reason, it's got gelatin or whatever. But for a lot of people, they have to do that process of taking 2 steps forward and 8 steps back and then just get sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
They just got to get sick of being that person. Because you do have to become a different person when depending on where you're starting from and what your goal is, you do have to become a different person to live that healthy lifestyle. You have to like get information, and then you have to put that information into use.
Yeah.
Knowledge is not power. Only knowledge acted on is power.
Mm.
Now, we can have all this knowledge in our head about what is right, but if we're not doing those things, you're going to get sick. You know what I mean? Like, it's going to happen. It might not be when you're 30, it might be when you're 50, but it's going to happen, you know?
Something else I'm wondering too is you mentioned that you grew up in a household that didn't necessarily have the best food habits, but then later in life going vegan. And so many people that listen to this show have DM'd me over the last couple of years talking about, oh, the holidays are coming up and I don't know how to explain to my family that I want to change my food habits. Have you ever had any conversations like that were like really hard? And like, if you had any advice on how to like talk to family members about wanting to do different things with your own food choices?
For sure. Even, I've had those conversations and events come up when I wasn't vegan and I was like preparing for a photo shoot and I had my like fish and green beans.
Mm-hmm.
I've done that and my parents were eating whatever. And then of course the vegan thing, when I went vegan, for holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, Hanukkah, whatever the holiday is for you. You really just have to the ideal way to do it is to talk to them nicely, explain your lifestyle, explain your goals, and they'll understand. But sometimes with family, it can get a little messy. You just have to be strong, and the cool thing that we've done over time with our family is that when they come here, they know it's going to be a vegan meal, but we're not sitting here eating tofu and apples. We make vegan mac and cheese. We get the vegan, turkey roast. We make vegan stuffing. We do it all vegan, but it's like comfort food,
Yeah.
But if you want, as far as a lifestyle goes, I always tell people, I'm like, on the holidays, like Thanksgiving, like freaking eat up. It's the days around Thanksgiving that you need to be good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Thanksgiving's once a year and family plans for that, but it's like, when your coworker has a birthday, you don't need to eat the cake that the office brought that was from Walmart or whatever. You don't need to eat that bullshit on a Tuesday. You don't need to celebrate Taco Tuesday every Tuesday. But for Thanksgiving, when it's like a special thing, enjoy yourself, and honestly, when you really get into the fitness lifestyle, those days can actually benefit you because you can like work hard and like semi-deplete yourself, and to where like a quote unquote cheat meal or treat meal will actually like fill you up, and make you look better, make you feel better, but it kind of depends on what you want to do. But I always tell people holidays, enjoy yourself. But, Thanksgiving's on a Thursday. Don't let Thanksgiving turn into Friday, Saturday, Sunday as well.
Right.
So no leftovers. Whatever's not eaten that day, either send with your family or give it to a homeless person or throw it away, whatever.
Yeah. Awesome. All right. Well, that's all great. I love these like small achievable things, great pieces of advice. Yeah. It's all about the tiny little incremental changes, especially for me. If I think about my own food journey within the last decade or so, like it's little tiny incremental pieces of progress. And then you reach a certain goal and then it feels really great. But it's always hard. And that's what I'm always thinking, like, this is really hard stuff and it's a real commitment. And so I'm glad to have conversations like this because it keeps me revising my own goals. You know what I'm saying?
That's great. Yeah. It's just about winning the day.
Yeah.
Like you wake up and you just be like, I'm going to do my best and be my best today and follow whatever plan or whatever ideals I have about food. I'm going to be vegan today. I'm going to follow my nutrition plan today. I'm going to get my workout in today. I'm going to do my run. I'm going to play drums, whatever it is. You're going to do that today. You go to sleep, wake up, do the same thing over and over again.
Yeah. What's crazy too is like I haven't had any alcohol for about, I think it's like 27 days now.
That's awesome.
And my face looks different. Like I was waking up for months and I felt like I had kind of like, I looked in the mirror one day and like I saw my dad instead of myself. Wow. And it was a really jarring moment because like, my dad is like in his mid 60s and he's in great health and everything. And that's awesome. But like all of a sudden I saw him in the mirror instead of me. Wow. And I was like, I physically don't recognize myself. And now that I have, cut out the alcohol, my face has slimmed down and like I feel like I look like me again.
Yes.
And so I'm seeing these physical changes as well in my own body just by making these small incremental changes that you and I have been chatting about now for weeks. And so I'm feeling pretty positive about myself at the moment, which is
That's
a nice
awesome
thing.
And That's so great. Well, I was going to say, for some people, it's even having those moments.
Yeah.
Like I have a friend who, his story is he was like 100 pounds overweight. And then one day he got out of the shower, looked in the mirror, and he said to himself, who's ever going to love me?
Mm.
And then that started him on his weight loss journey. He's been able to keep those 100 pounds off for like 15 years. So it was that single moment that he had by himself in a very like humbling, situation. And it just completely transformed his life. So just like you with that,
one moment.
And then you make that change,
I love it. Well,
That's
let's chat about propaganda.
Yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
I am wondering your thoughts on the supporting cast LP as a whole body of work. Tell me your thoughts on this record before we talk about the song in particular.
Well, definitely. I love all their records, each for their individual. I have a favorite song on the record or drumming or message, whatever it is. But to me, supporting cast is their best record. Like that's my favorite record.
Yeah.
I love when bands just go for it. You know what I mean? And, like when Blink went for it with Enema.
Yeah.
When Green Day did Dookie. You know what I mean? Like, and to me, this is that, so it's the best record sonically, sounding wise. The drums sound amazing on it. Everything just sounds, it's produced. It's, it's smooth listening, but it's like still propaganda. So it's just fucking in your face. Like Night Letters is like one of the best intro songs ever.
I agree.
Like ever. I love it. I could go through each song,
Yeah.
Like even the Banger's Embrace is one of my favorite propaganda songs.
That's where we started the podcast. That was the first song we did.
That's right. I
was like, we need to start this podcast on a celebration song because we are going to get into some dark territory. So we started positive and celebratory because we knew that it was going to get real bleak real fast.
I love it. I mean, thinking about that record makes me smile. The song Supporting Cast is one of my favorites. Coach's Corner, whenever they play that live, it's amazing. This Is Your Life, Humane. The funny thing about that record is that it has 2 vegan songs back to back.
Yeah.
Which I thought was interesting. And correct me if I'm wrong. So the song Potemkin City Limits, because they have the record right before Supporting Cast. So that song was like, they wrote that song for that record, but then they shelved it until the next record, right?
That happens all the time.
Of course, yeah.
They're
like, sure I got that right.
Like the song, I think the song Dark Matters on Failed States was supposed to be on Potemkin City Limits.
Really?
Yeah, like they sit on material for a long time. I mean, Chris will talk about that on his Patreon a lot, where like certain songs will show up later, and he's like, yeah, this was supposed to be on Let's Talk More Rock. Like Back to the Motor League, there is a demo for Back to the Motor League that exists from the Let's Talk More Rock sessions.
Wow.
So they have songs that like don't see the light of day until they are 100% sure that song is done, and I think this is one of them.
That's cool because there must be something internally that they're like, it's not for this record. You know, like it needs, whether it needs work or it just needs to come out at the right time where they, they feel it, So that's really cool. And sometimes I think I like listen to the records before Supporting Cast and I'm like, man, if they recorded Purina Hall of Fame with the Supporting Cast production, it would be so insane,
Yeah.
It would be so awesome. But I love every song on that record. It sounds amazing. Chris's like performance and delivery is the best. Jord is the best. And it's my favorite record by them.
You have a Potemkin City Limits tattoo on your back. Tell me about this tattoo. And because I think that's going to connect to why you picked this song to appear on the podcast.
Well, it's my favorite. It's definitely my favorite vegan song ever as far as animal rights goes. And we'll talk about that and just the story and just just how Chris, just how he delivers it, I guess, just the way it all comes across, the way it makes you think, the way it makes you feel, all the different paragraphs and how it goes through different topics and just it was the first song that made me think about veganism in a different way, as far as like politically and like capitalism, especially in the first part. And then the ending is so good. So it's my favorite vegan song. And actually, when I got it tattooed, there was this brand new vegan tattoo shop that had just opened in Dallas.
Cool.
So I was like, okay, because I already had this vegan tattoo that's right here, but it says vegan in Hebrew.
Nice.
That's on my wrist. That was my first tattoo ever. And then the Potemkin City Limits was my second. So this vegan tattoo shop opened, and I went there and I was like, explained to them the whole thing. They were so down. It's called Koniko. If everyone ever wants to go, it's in kind of downtown Dallas.
Say that name of that shop again one more time.
Koniko, Koneko. They do piercings and tattoos. So yeah, I got that, and it's definitely my favorite vegan song for sure.
Nice. Well, let's talk about the lyrics a little bit. We can go through this however you like, but I am just curious. Like the storytelling on this song to me is just unbeatable, because it's not immediately obvious that the song isn't about a person. And I think that maybe that would slip by a lot of listeners' attention for the first maybe dozen times you listen to it. Like, you really have to think about the song in a different way in order to understand what's actually happening here. So I'm just really curious about your take on the lyrics themselves, and whatever comments you have on the lyrics, I'm just open to hearing.
Yeah, that's kind of like, as a vegan, like when I listen to songs, like I remember when I got Victory Lap, and I was it came out on Spotify, and I was doing cardio listening to it. I would, without even looking at the lyrics, I would listen to every song and see if I found like key vegan words in the song. And then I'd be like, oh, this is a vegan song or a vegan like part, So when I first heard PCL, I remember like hearing just certain words like the dissonance or between cognition and belief, just certain things that like a lot of vegans maybe would say, especially like Lower Order on Victory Lap. Like you hear certain things, you're like, oh, this is the vegan song of the record, So for a vegan like that knows that propaganda is vegan, you're kind of expecting at least one song on the record to be like the animal rights song of the record. You're listening for it. But I mean, yeah, if you want to take this line by line, or like at least verse, chorus, like the whole first verse to me is that, like I said before, that was where it started getting me. It got me thinking about veganism in this different way, where I was like thinking like, the overproduction, reduced demand, disputed contracts, you just think of like humans doing this stuff all in the name of capitalism and greed, and eventually making people sick by eating the product, which is a pig, which is a life, which is a cow, which is a chicken, whatever. And so much goes into it. And then as he's writing it about Francis, it's just like this like poor pig with like a family, like a mom, all these friends around. And it humanizes the experience of an animal in a slaughterhouse or in a factory farm in such a beautiful way and poetic way, and in probably in a way, because up until then I had never heard of animal rights song like that. Like you listen to Morrissey or like other like bands, and they're so just obvious about it. They're like slaughterhouses suck or meat is murder, and like that's awesome. I love that. But as far as this goes, being poetic and like the metaphors and just like it's even hard for you when you initially listen to it to think of it not being a human,
Yeah.
To me, that just got me, and it hit me in this absolutely crazy way to where I just, fell in love with it. And then the panic, fear, pain, darkness, pandemonium. It's like, if you've ever seen factory farm footage or slaughterhouse footage, especially with pigs, because pigs, squeal a lot, and they do that. It's craziness, man. Like, it's not like I've actually been to slaughterhouses. I've been outside and like watched the cows come in, like on the trucks and everything. Like, it's pretty dark, pretty crazy experience.
Yeah.
So, as a human that, we only know what we can experience. And like, we're trying to have science catch up to what animals experience. Like they say pigs are as intelligent and as smart as like a 3-year-old child, And that's, science says that, so whatever, we believe it. But if you could just look at these animals and just, humanize with them and empathize with them, I think we could, and that's what this song does so well. We could go so much further as a human species and for the animal rights, and just like basically just not allowing these factory farms to exist. It's, and they say it's to feed like the world and everything, but it shouldn't exist. It's so insane that this is going on all the time, 24/7, in every city, in every state, in every country of the world. This is happening,
Yeah. Yeah. And, there's another line that really jumps out at me every time I listen to this. Francis shut his eyes and felt the hand of inhumanity brush over him.
Craziness. Yeah.
You just feel that, like, it's almost like this evil sensation where, like it's really jarring. I mean, that line hits me every time really hard. He felt the hand of inhumanity brush over him. And it just gives me like this chill up my spine thinking about that line,
Absolutely. Even the line before, the fourth quarter earning expectations, that kind of goes back to the capitalism, like that. I love that line. That line is amazing. But yeah, Francis shut his eyes, felt the hand of inhumanity brush over him. That is, because you can just see it. You can see it and feel it, and it is inhumane. Like that's the bottom line is, these humans just, what does he say? The humans stalked among them. There's just humans walking around with their freaking aprons on and their gloves on and their, knives just ready to go to town on these helpless animals, and it's just it's so sad.
Let's move into the second half of the song here, because Francis gets away. Okay. He bolted for the door, and it's like this. It's this story where we find ourselves rooting for the escaped being here. We find ourselves rooting for Francis. Whenever you would post an article like on social media or whatever about an animal who gets away, like a cow going down a water slide in a water park in Brazil, is an article I found recently. And everybody's like, heck yeah, they're like rooting for the cow. But it's like this one cow or this one pig. So when we individualize it, I see that people who read things like this are so moved by it, and they find themselves rooting for the escaped animal. But then whenever it comes to the mass scale, it becomes, can't do anything about that. So when we individualize it into one, we find ourselves rooting for the animal. And when we have many animals, we find ourselves being like, well, nothing you can do. And so I'm just curious about your thoughts on the second half here, because it's such a story to cheer for. And to me, it's because we're rooting for this one, not the whole. Does that make sense?
It's the cognitive dissonance. It's, you're rooting for a cow to go down a water slide, or even footage of a cow, or I've seen footage of pigs jumping out of slaughterhouse trucks on the freeway.
Yeah.
And you're like, go get away. But then you're having hamburgers and sausage and pork for dinner and breakfast, So that's the human condition. It's this cognitive dissonance where we can kind of like put things in different corners of our mind and be like, oh, this doesn't matter. Oh, this is cute. This is beautiful. But, I need this for protein, or I need this because it is the way it is. And kind of what I said earlier, the awesome thing about veganism is that, you and I might not have control over on mass scale if factory farms can get closed down tomorrow, but we do have control over whether we contribute our dollar to that industry with what we buy. So there is a sense of empowerment to that. It's just at least being like, I'm not going to buy it anymore. I'm going to buy or the vegan version of it, the vegan sausage or whatever. But like he says, from the dissonance that Francis left screaming in his wake, that's kind of it. Francis left, and then he's kind of talking about that dissonance of like, it's almost like still the same out there, but I had to escape because even though all my friends and family are done, I got out, and he's just like kind of leaving that behind for freedom, even though he eventually gets caught. And then for 5 months he ran free, replayed it. Yeah, like that line. I think you texted me that line. Replayed his only fond memory, just a warm and distant dream of his mother's eyes upon him. You know,
God, it
who can't relate to
me.
that? Yeah,
it right in the heart, in the heart. And I can't get that line out of my head. His mother's loving eyes upon him. If you read that line and you're not immediately 5 years old again, I mean, I don't know how to relate to.
And that's the thing like too, is that I feel like when Chris wrote these lyrics, he was writing it to have that impact. Because the way he humanizes these emotions and these events, it's like, how can we not be affected when we really listen to this and we really hear it? And then the way the music goes with it is so anthemic and so, you know, it just goes with every line, you know? And also the fact too, that when these animals are in these places, they are babies. You know, like you said, being a 5-year-old little boy, like these pigs are like, you know, 3 years old when they're slaughtered, you know, they're like little babies, you know?
Yeah.
But one line that goes so good with the lyrics is in the beginning when he says, when the screaming began, just how he says the word screaming, you know, like
screaming began.
Screaming. It's so powerful. So awesome.
I love it. I'm wondering about your thoughts on the musical performance. I know that you have been kind of, you know, messing around with the drums a little bit on this particular one. And I'm wondering what your thoughts and comments are just on the performance in general, whether it's guitar, bass, or drums, anything that jumps out.
My thoughts on the performance of this song and basically every Propaganda song is that Jord is just a monster.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so fast. It's so all over the place in a good way. Like this song and back to the Motor League too, like his crash hits on certain parts. We were talking about this before we started recording, like his crash cymbals on certain parts and the way it goes with the guitars and even with the lyrics sometimes it's just really hard to play actually, because you have to like get into like being Jord at that moment when you're playing it, you know? So I have been messing around with it because I would love to cover it when we release this podcast, but it's really hard. It's really fast, but it's super powerful. I love the bridge with the toms, how he keeps that bass drum going and then does the thing on the toms, and he does the little accents on the higher toms. I know he has like 4 or 5 toms with him at all times. So he does those accents on the higher toms. And I love the ending too, because he's going so fast for the first verse, first chorus, second verse, second chorus, and then the bridge, he kind of gets to chill. But the ending is basically like a Green Day song. And he just really gets to like ride the ride, hit the crash cymbals on the, you know, on that. And at the end do the hi-hat thing. And he kind of gets to like mellow out a little bit. So as a drummer, I appreciate that.
Awesome. You know, I'm just curious about your thoughts about Jord, Chris, Todd, Beeves, Sulin, John, about them as artists in general, and kind of, you know, what they have done for your life, what they mean to you as artists that kind of inspire the way that you live your life and go through the world.
Yeah, I mean, so I've never met them. I would have loved back then I wasn't like as into them as I am now, so I wouldn't have appreciated so much if like Say Anything had played with them. But honestly, I've seen them live once. I was front row. It was in Austin, Texas. It was amazing. They played, you know, they killed it. I still would love to see them play this song live for sure. But honestly, from all the interviews I've seen, they just seem like good, you know, humble dudes, and I just play awesome music, you know. They have meaning behind the music, you know. Everything's got a purpose. Everything is about something that's important going on in the world or their lives, you know. I guess that's for every artist, but for them, it's like I feel like everything they sang about 20 years ago is like, because of social media coming to fruition and coming to the light forward so much now, where everyone just like is learning about it. So if anyone who listens to Propaganda and like really dives into the lyrics, like they could be like, oh shit, like they were right, you know, something like that.
It's scary. It's scary that they only get more relevant. Like a 26-year-old record is like becomes more relevant. It's really terrifying in that regard.
Because even like, Less Talk More Rock, like I didn't hear it back then, but like Stop Consuming Animals, like if I would have listened to that back then, maybe I would have started thinking about things more back then, So they're one of those bands that you really have to listen to in every single way, from the drums to all the instruments, to the lyrics, to the vocals. You really have to take it all in. It's a lot. And that's why I think they're so like, that's why I think for so many people they're their like favorite band. Yeah. Because they are that way, like when they're so important that when you get into them, they're like, this band is so important, they're my favorite band. Yeah. And that's kind of how they are for me. They drastically changed like my life. And even the way I look at music now, even getting back into drumming, I'm picking up things from Jord and just like the way they do stuff that I didn't pick up before, and it's like fun to like add that into my Coby way of playing,
Yeah. Well, I am so glad that I found out that you're a Propaganda super fan because of that wild Today's Empire, or that wild playthrough video that you did for Today's Empires. That was just every time I watch it, I smile. Like I told you earlier, I can't stop. And Coby, it's really awesome to just connect with you for the past several months and just be inspired myself by what you do in your work. You've been really helpful to me just via Instagram and messaging. And it's just awesome that, even though we live in this very strange pandemic world, that we can still continue to facilitate relationships, even though things are very strange in our lives these days. But I am just wondering if you can tell everybody out there what you're up to, where they can find you if they want to follow you and your work, and just tell everybody where you're at.
Well, I'm in Dallas, but I'm all over social media. So if you want to follow me, I now have 2 Instagram accounts. So I have my original @Coby Linder one that I'm going to keep, obviously, but it's, if you want to follow for fitness stuff and vegan stuff and, my political jabs here and there, whatever, follow that. It's @Coby Linder. But then I just started a new, I'm getting back into drumming for 2022. That's my goal. And I just started a new Instagram. It's @punk_drum_love. So punk drum love with 2 underscores in between the 2 words or 3 words. And I got a lot of plans for that in 2022. Like I've been doing reels. I got these guys come over, they film me. We got covers coming. It's going to be awesome. Like it's going to be a party. So if you want to go there, follow me there. It's also on TikTok and Facebook, but obviously I feel like Instagram is more that everyone has that. And YouTube. It'll be Punk Drum Love on YouTube for the full song. So like on Instagram and TikTok, obviously it's like a minute or less, but YouTube will be the full song. So I'm getting back into that and just kind of like, doing what I'm passionate about, which honestly is fitness, health and fitness, veganism and drumming, and just making that my world. And then I got my fam here and in Dallas and just having fun, because if the last year and a half, 2 years have taught us anything, is that we don't know what the fuck is going to happen next. And you might as well do what you love. And that's really it.
Well, Coby, I am real grateful for this conversation. I've had a blast, and I look forward to following, your drumming year, because you got this aesthetic when you drum. It is just awesome. I was even watching like 8-9-year-old Say Anything drum playthrough videos. And I was just like, he's just got that energy. I was watching the little girl's drum playthrough video just a little while ago, and I was like, he's got that. There he is. He's got that feel, but he's just like, just removed now and doing different stuff.
Francis didn't give a fuck about the rollbacks. The overprotection reduced a man. Never give my stack to disputed contracts. In a show life you'd only ever known. Panic, fear, pain, darkness, pandemonium. In the cell it was his soul man. Fourth quarter running. expectations expedited their demise. The panic grew as the humans stalked among them. When the screaming began, Francis shut his eyes and felt the hand of the humanity brush over him, but will be killer's specter for a moment. A blinding ray of light spread across the floor. In a crimson pool, he saw his own reflection as he bolted for the door. Not just a fractured fairy tale, although I wish that were true. This is a fable far too real, with someone to cling to. The storyline to bridge the chasms between condition and belief, and the unplausible denial that might offer some relief from the dissonance that Francis left screaming in his wake, deep into the heart of the city's sparkless. He made good his escape and went forth from unseen and free, and replayed only fond memory. Just a woman distant dream of his mother's loving eyes upon him. Francis made it farther than she did. A quarter mile just short over city limits. They finally captured him. And there's a statue of the arbitrary returned to remind us all of their contributions to mid-March Potemkin city limits. It's Francis casting bronze to a random god, not just a fragile fairy tale. Although I wish that were true, a fable far too real, with someone to claim to.
All right, welcome back briefly. Thank you, Coby Linder, so much for coming out for that interview. You also just heard a second cover of Potemkin City Limits. The cover that you just heard coming out of Coby's interview was performed by Damiano Testa, a friend of the podcast and listener from Italy. So thank you so much, Damiano, for including your wonderful cover and sending us that work. We appreciate so much, and featuring you is just awesome. So thank you to Coby and Damiano for the great time. Okay, so we got our second interview coming up here. Second interview is Mitch Pollock. That might not be a name that is super well known to listeners out there, but I almost guarantee you that you've seen something that Mitch was involved with involving propaganda. So Mitch works at the CBC. He is a producer for CBC Radio in Canada, and he works for a show called Q with Tom Power. The reason this show is relevant to Propagandy is because Tom Power interviewed Chris Hanna in a Q segment that has been viewed on YouTube about 90,000 times as of this recording. So just many of you have heard this interview. It's about 17 minutes long, and it features some of Chris's fabulous commentary that I've watched this video several times. But
same.
Mitch produced this segment, and he talks about this interview with Chris on the podcast interview with me. But just here's a little segment of Tom Power talking to Chris Hanna on Q with Tom Power.
You should have been on a long time ago.
Oh, I agree.
So listen, I want to talk about, obviously there's a lot of discussion around the political climate right now that we're living in. Does that put an extra pressure on you for a Propagandy record?
Yeah. I mean, people often these days talk about how protest art or protest music is better under an administration like the Trump administration. And I always just cringe when I hear that, because that is nonsense. It's not a fair exchange, first of all, like to have a good art scene or a protest scene in exchange for a completely outrageous society. But I mean, for this record,
so Mitch produced this interview, and I highly recommend watching it. Keith, you know which interview I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I've seen it more times than I can remember.
Yeah, so definitely go watch it if you haven't. It's on YouTube, and it's a video, and it's just a wonderful interview with Chris. Highly recommend. So Mitch is the producer for Q with Tom Power. So we chatted about Potemkin City Limits and what he loves about this song. And Mitch is a huge fan of the podcast. He listens to the episodes. He sends me tons of messages a lot. So Mitch, we appreciate you, and we're so glad you're here. So please enjoy my conversation with Mitch Pollock.
Great.
Hey, Mitch, welcome to Unscripted Moments, a podcast about Propagandy.
Well, hey, thank you so much for having me. It's an absolute pleasure and an honor to be here. I've spent many a minute listening to you guys over the pandemic. My wife and I, we had a baby on March 6th, 2020. And so shortly after that, about a week later, was the lockdown. And you guys' podcast has been heard by both myself and my son, Louis. It's easily his number one listened to podcast. So thank you very much for all the hours of accompaniment.
Well, Mitch, I mean, that means the world to me. I mean, this is just such a very, very strange world that we live in. And I don't really know how to make sense of it, to be perfectly honest with you. Like I struggle to convey my emotions on how I feel about life in general. And we're going to talk about this song that has just like completely destroyed me emotionally just mere minutes ago. So like I am now all of a sudden in this insanely vulnerable mindset going into this conversation. And I feel like I may come undone a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm here. We're here together.
We are. Holy smokes. It just like I'm really having a hard time right now. Can you, while I'm having my breakdown over here,
Sure.
Can you spend a moment and tell the audience who you are and what you do, a little bit about yourself?
Okay, sure. Yeah. Well, my name is Mitch Pollock. I am a recovering musician / actor, originally from BC, British Columbia in Canada, where I grew up in Kelowna and then Vancouver. Also went to school at UVic. And then I moved across the country to Toronto for the job I have now. And the reason I guess I'm on today is I work for the CBC, which is the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation in Canada. It's kind of like our BBC, NPR, PBS, all those things wrapped in one for American listeners. And I work on a program called Q with Tom Power, and it's a daily arts and culture show on the radio here, also on YouTube and on GEM, our streaming service, and on TV as well up here in Canada. I'm a producer on the show, and so what our show kind of is, we interview a lot of the artists, actors, musicians, poets, directors, if you're arts adjacent, theater performers, still artists, we have these people on cue. We have long form interviews for the most part, 20 to 25 minutes, usually, sometimes longer, with the artist. It's not, if you haven't heard the show, it's not like a sort of like Entertainment Tonight kind of arts show. It's more of a deeper, nothing wrong with Entertainment Tonight. A lot of people love it, but it's more our show just kind of, it has the time for longer conversations.
Sure.
And yeah, over the course of my time there, I've had the absolute honor to produce interviews with a lot of my musical heroes, including Chris.
Well, I want to know about this interview with Chris, because many people will have seen that interview that you did on Q, and not you, but you're the producer for the show. So I want to know about this interview, because I guarantee you so many people have seen this, and I've watched it myself several times. I just kind of realized like that was a major turning point for me in the way that I almost viewed Chris as an artist and as the member of the band, where he talked about revising his own view of what he does and trying to shut up more and be like, almost like be like a conduit for other voices, and trying to amplify other things that he believes in, but like him taking himself a little bit back as far as like being like a spokesperson. So these are some, I'm paraphrasing obviously, but it was a memorable interview for me, and you packed in so much in only 17 minutes. And I want to know more about your reflections of that interview that happened with Chris on the show that you work for, because it was so powerful, but it was so short. And I'm amazed at what was accomplished in such a short period of time.
I wish I still had the full uncut, because I think we went for about 27 or 28. But the way our show works is we're divided into sort of 3 half-hour segments. And in that half hour, there's an interview. There might also be a song. There might be other things. But to take like a real quick step back, so the way that my job sort of works on this show, to kind of get to how Chris came on, is for a lot of the last several years, I've been the music booker on Q. So any live musicians or a lot of artist musician interviews, usually that was sort of like my part of the world. There's a bunch of other producers that work on the show who book actors or directors or painters and that kind of thing. Everyone kind of has their niche, and for a long time music was pretty much solely mine for a few years there. And we cover everything from like we've had like Celine Dion to Blue Rodeo, who are a Canadian sort of like country folk band, to Michael Bublé. Like it's not just like a punk show.
Sure.
So over the years, like I am definitely probably the biggest punk or heavy music person on the show.
Yeah. But
we can't have it all the time. So I have to be like really careful with when we try to book punk bands. And over the years, like we've had like Jello Biafra was one of the earliest ones I did. Fat Mike's been on it a handful of times.
Cool.
Greg Graffin, Fucked Up. Well, you had Damien on the podcast.
Yep.
And Damien actually guest hosted our show for a week.
Amazing. Cool.
So back in like 2015, I think. We've had Pop, Mets, the OBGMs, all these. So anyway, we have them, but it's rare. And so when Victory Lap came out, it's hands down, and even with time now, my favorite Propaganda record. Like I love that album for a bunch of reasons we can get into. But it came out, and what's kind of interesting in Canada is, to you and to me and to everyone listening to this podcast, Propaganda is such a huge band.
Of course.
But our show, like I said, like we talk to people like Celine Dion. It's the average age of a CBC listener is in like probably like late 50s, early 60s.
Yeah.
So Propaganda is a virtual unknown to a large portion of our audience. So in booking Chris, like my pitch to the team when I'm like, we got to have Propaganda on, we got to have Chris on, is because here in Canada, we have one of the biggest modern punk bands of all time, throughout the world. And a lot of people here don't know that. And so that was kind of the pitch to have him on. Now, getting him on, he he agreed to do the thing. And then actually the first time they were touring Victory Lap, and he was saving his voice. It happens often with bands that are on tour when they do interviews. So we had to cancel the first interview. He said, no, don't worry, I'll come back. We'll do this. So the next time they were in town, he came back and we did the interview. And I mean, I was nervous. I was so nervous getting him, it was one of those things where there's a handful of people we've had on the show where I kind of get a bit freaked out by, and this was definitely like a sweaty palms moment for me. And the way that these interviews work, sorry for all this backstory, but it's just good for context.
No, this is great. Keep going.
So, my role is I'll pitch the guest, book the guest, arrange the interview, do a bunch of background research on the guest, put together a cue line or the script or the interview alongside our host, Tom Power, who's an awesome guy, my friend, and we curl on the same team. Awesome. And so then we work on it, and depending on the kind of guest, there might be some where Tom is like an expert on, and he really like leads the way. And there's the odd one where like Propaganda, where I'm like, well, I've been listening to this band since I was 10. So I think I got some ideas. So anyway, so we put it together, and with Victory Lap, it was so tough to figure out what to talk about, because I think every song on that record to me deserves its own, episode like you do. So I wanted to give people the context of who they were. And Chris talked a lot about the early days, and I had to ask him about, Tom had to ask him about like putting in, when he was on stage early on and being antagonistic. Like, that's just interesting. It's interesting to my mom, who doesn't know who Propaganda are. Sure. Who's listening to the show. It's like, oh, this guy was like such a aggressive early in the band's life that he would have like, they would have lectures in between songs. That's really interesting. And then where they are now, and I think what you alluded to there is so true. Like and it surprised me, he really, in this interview, is really reflective on the sort of journey he's taken and where his position is now. And I think you hear that on Victory Lap too. That's what sort of makes Victory Lap stand out to me in their catalog, is kind of how he was like in the interview. He as a white male recognized, I think like many of us have, that now is not really the time if in the general discourse for us to be speaking. And I think he had a really beautiful thought about that in the interview, which I really found interesting. And then, like Victory Lap kind of ends, we talked about Zoochosis in that interview, and it's bleak, and there's kind of a bleakness to where that album ends. Maybe it's just now me being a father, it kind of hits that much harder. But also in the interview, like there's a point in that interview where Chris says, I think we're talking about Comply Resist maybe, or they were talking about, and he says something to the effect of like, if I did what I think needed to be done, I would be in jail. Yeah. As far as like, what he sees, how the world should be. And that has just stayed with me. I've watched back that interview a bunch, but that line really kind of hit home. Sort of, it's bleak, it's sad, and is I think what a lot of people feel, because I think a lot of people who listen to this band, who exist in this world, kind of agree with them in the sense that there's a lot of really fucked up stuff happening, and to truly change stuff, you have to take the kind of revolutionary action that I think few people are willing to do.
Yeah, and Keith and I talk about that all the time. Like if I think about like the song "Cop Just Out of Frame," yes, especially, it's like who do I think I'm fooling if I am going to pretend like I know something about what it means to sacrifice for something so big, so massive, so societal in nature. Mm-hmm. And Keith and I were both just like, wow, we're just a couple of cowards with a freaking microphone doing virtually nothing. And it's a real humbling experience to realize how little one actually does, even if you would like to believe that you are in favor of those things. And it's just like an honest critique of ourselves, and like that's kind of what I got out of that interview as well. It was so powerful.
And how then next level is it that he feels that, and I would actually disagree with him, because I would say you do so much, like as we're about to talk about with Potemkin City Limits. Like
Yeah.
you do so much for so many people that I feel like, and a lot of people with his kind of platform don't, right?
Yeah.
And I think he does, and does make a difference. And maybe he could go, he in his mind could go further, but I think he does more than I do, you know. And so that I would disagree with him there, but it was just very interesting to hear him have that feeling that I also feel.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm Mitch, I'm curious about your own backstory with regards to the band as well. Like, how did you mentioned you started listening to them when you were like absurdly young?
Yeah.
How did you find this band, and why did they come to matter to you so much?
Well, I'm 38, so How to Clean Everything came out in 95, 4, 5?
3.
93. Okay, there you go. So I was 11 when that album came out. So I think I should preface this by saying I'm not cool. I did not first discover Propaganda with some 7-inch that Damien has locked away in his cupboard in his basement.
I think I have a better for the record. I think I have a better collection than Damien.
Okay. So then you're in your cupboard.
Except Damien has that demo cassette which he talked about on the show. So anyway, so I was like, "Ooh, Damien, you need to get some more stuff, buddy."
Yeah, I think I messaged you about this when I listened to that interview, but when he's like, when you asked him about his collection, he's like, I don't really have, as much of Propaganda as I'd like, and then he like listed like 15 different releases and zines, and I was like, okay,
sure. He's got that bird zine, which that's another rare one. So anyway, sorry, I totally hijacked your story.
Okay. That's okay. So I mean, I was a kid that grew up with Much Music, which is like Canada's MTV, right? And I would spend hours and hours videotaping music videos of very mainstream, not cool bands that are like sort of my formative bands like Extreme, Bryan Adams, like really like Tom Cochrane, the bands that like for sure as far away from Propaganda as you can imagine. So my first sort of intro to them before I even got into punk rock was sadly their cover of I Want You to Want Me.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
So like, and I'm sure, to be honest, that's probably an entry point to more people than would be willing to admit on a podcast about the band. Like I think a lot of people probably heard that cover and were like, who the hell's this? And then, after hearing that cover, at the age I was, the time that came around, obviously with this SoCal punk explosion, which is also kind of like a bad word sometimes. And you can tell when Chris talks about it, sometimes there's the regret of being sort of lumped in with a lot of those bands. A lot of those bands, super formative to myself and to many Propaganda fans today, I think, and that sound and the How to Clean Everything sound, so catchy, it just got me. And I became a massive fan of that band when I was quite young. And it really was my entry point into bands like NoFX and Bad Religion, Anti-Flag. Their song "A New Kind of Army" was one of my first big ones too. Those really catchy sing-along punk songs, and How to Clean Everything was for sure that for me. Now, what's kind of interesting about, for me at least, about how I've loved them since is, to me, they're kind of like Radiohead in a weird way. Like I'd call them kind of like the punk thrash Radiohead, because they have stayed a step ahead of me almost every album that they've ever put out. And what I mean by that is like, when they put out Less Talk, I didn't want that. I still wanted more of The Last Thing, and they pushed it forward with less talk. And then once I got into Less Talk, they put out Empires, and I wanted more of The Last Thing. I didn't want Empires. And then an even bigger leap to Potemkin City Limits.
Yeah.
And then a leap to supporting cast. And in the same way Radiohead did that for me, where they had their early stuff up to OK Computer, and then they switched it up, and I was like, I don't want this Kid A, I don't want Amnesiac. Like, these are like, what the hell? I want OK Computer.
I wanted the Bends.
Yeah, or the Bends. And then, but over time you realize, no, I was wrong, and they were right. And I've come to love every Propaganda record, except maybe Victory Lap, like well after the Best Before date, I think, that I was willing to. And I think that's the hallmark of an amazing band, is that they push forward. They don't give you what you always want, but they're going a direction that you can catch up to. And for Propaganda on every record, minus the latest, I think that's happened.
Question: you mentioned extreme. Are you a fan of Gary Sharon Van Halen?
I'm not a fan of Van Halen. So when he joined, I didn't make the leap. However, Nuno Betancourt was the reason I started playing guitar. So
Okay.
so like that's the extreme love comes more from the shredding.
I'm asking the important questions here, Mitch.
I appreciate it.
I needed to know about Van Halen 3. Okay.
You bet.
So do you have any stories about seeing Propaganda live? Have you had any sort of experience like seeing the band live and like throughout the different eras or anything like that?
They're kind of that band that, at least where I grew up, I don't know if they ever came to Kelowna, BC. Someone will probably correct me on that if they have. And I'm sure they probably have. I just missed them when they came through. And I always seem to be like, when is this band coming to town? They're never coming to town. And then it wasn't until I moved to Toronto and I saw the Failed States tour, I believe at Lee's Palace.
Oh yeah. Did they have the high stage, or was it before the renovation?
Yes. Yeah. It was the high stage.
Very tall stage.
Yeah. And that would have been with Beeve, I think. And then I saw the Victory Lap show, which was at Opera House in Toronto, I think. And kind of what stands out, a couple things stand out to those shows. First of all, like I had never seen them live, so the experience of experiencing Todd in person is just, I mean, I don't know if there are many live performers who kind of do it like he does, with his fist pumps to the crowd after almost every song, and just you're with him, right? Like he's like the spirit of the band to me.
He is,
and it's funny because I saw your pictures from Winnipeg and they've moved him to the middle,
which is perfect. He's so big. He's a big guy. So putting him in the middle with the physicality, and I was talking to somebody who was also at the show, and she said he uses that space. Like he belongs in the middle. It was perfect. So like, I know that Chris was in the middle for many years, but like Chris is perfect on the side of the stage. And then Todd, because Todd just engages the audience the entire time. So I was thrilled with the reshuffling of the lineup on the stage organization.
Yeah, I for most bands I wouldn't suggest it, but for them I think it works, and that's no slight against Chris. He's got a shred, so having Todd, like he's just like one of the most interactive stage performers you'll ever see without saying a word, like he's just his presence. But then the other thing I was going to say is that both times I saw Propaganda, they bring bands with them that you want to go for the openers. There aren't many. You go see enough shows, and often times you'll be like, oh, what time's the band on? Like, maybe I'll just go for, whatever the set time is for the one I'm going to see. But with them, I always go at the start. I saw the one that sticks out most is probably the band Reviver.
Yeah, they're great.
Who are friggin' awesome. And I'd never heard of them or seen them. And just based on that show, they opened for Propaganda. I think it was the one at Lee's. I was instant fan and downloaded their records and got some merch and stuff right after, and so they always pick them good, and more on women too. Like it's really good bands.
Yep, love it. So Mitch, you and I have been going back and forth now for months, threatening to have you on the show essentially. And now here we are, so I'm delighted. But when we reached out, I always ask guests what episode they want to appear on, and the list is getting smaller and smaller as we blast through these episodes and these songs. But you said you wanted to discuss Potemkin City Limits, the song. And so before we get into the song specifically, I'm curious about your thoughts on the supporting cast LP as a whole.
I think it's their second best record to me.
Okay.
I would put it number 2 for a bunch of reasons. I kind of take back what I said earlier about having to catch up with albums, because I think this one and Victory Lap to me hit me at the right time, where I was like instantly like, boom, this is the one. And part of that might be too because I work at the CBC, and there's a song called Dear Coach's Corner, which is a Hockey Night in Canada CBC product for decades. But that's, that aside, that song's incredible. But I do have more of, in the sort of realm of Propaganda songs, the ones that are sort of more hook pop focused are my faves, and they have been since How to Clean Everything on every record. Like Nation States is like such a hooky song. Dear Coach's Corner is such a hooky song. Potemkin City Limits is a hooky song. Banger's Embrace, like these are all songs, and the songs on this record that really got me. And it was the first time having the 2 guitars, I think, really fleshed out. Although I know he multi-tracked before that, but having 2 different guitarists on this record really did it for me in a way that I think Chris just doing it alone didn't, on the recorded stuff at least. I still love those records, but I just love how it came together.
Yeah.
With Beav on this one, and it was really interesting reading his when he did. I think it was for Vice when he ranked all the Propaganda records and talked about them. Was it for Vice anyway, or some online article?
Yeah, I think it was Vice. I think that sounds right.
Yeah, and he talked about this one and talked about how they were still finding their groove, and he felt they hit it even further on Failed States. And I think they hit it right away on this one. Like I just think front to back, this is an incredible record.
Why did you want to talk about the song Potemkin City Limits with me specifically? I know that the list was very small, but you landed on this one right away. Why this song?
Well, my fave made it to the small list. I was very thrilled you hadn't done this.
Oh, sweet.
This song yet. So this is my number one for sure.
This is your number one.
All time. Yeah.
All time out of anybody.
Yeah, all-time Propaganda, I would say top 5 all-time songs. There's a bunch of reasons, but I mean, if I think about my favorite music and I think about songs that actually changed my life, like literally changed my life, there are very few. In fact, I would say there's 2, and they're both by this band. so I would say Potemkin City Limits and Lower Order, A Good Laugh are actual songs that changed how I live my life, and obviously trying to live a more meat-free life. And Chris joked, I think he might have even joked on our show about, every album has the animal rights song in the catalog. But for whatever reason, when I think about the older songs where he talked about similar thing, they didn't really hit me like this does. And I think when anyone chooses to live sort of a meat-free life, and for me it's vegetarian, I don't even go all the way to full vegan, even though that would be the ultimate goal. I think there are different ways you can reach people, and I know they've always had literature and things at their shows, and there's the videos on YouTube where you see this stuff, and to be honest, you were talking about the emotion of this song. That's kind of what my sort of break point is or was. This song and Lower Order are sad songs that put you in the shoes of an animal, or in the first perspective of somebody who's witnessing that, like in Lower Order. And I think we can get into this, but by personifying Francis in this song, by making him almost like a human, there's lines that hit harder. And same with Lower Order when stupid pig despairing at the sight of his companion on a hook. That's tough, right? Like that really is the kind of line that in such a short turn of phrase can really adjust your perspective. And so for Potemkin City Limits, like by humanizing Francis, it did that for me. And quite embarrassingly for me, and now he gets to hear it again if he ever hears this, but I told him when we came into Q, I said, after the interview, I made sure it was after the interview so I didn't become a geek before. I had to be professional. But after, I was like, hey man, listen, most people, don't get to tell the people that have actually changed their life that they did, and you have, and your songs have made me become a vegetarian. They really did. And I'm sure it came off as like a super nerdy fan saying that, and I felt like as soon as they left, I was like, stupid, why did you say that, stupid? But I mean, it's true, and I'm so happy I got to tell him that. It drives my wife crazy because she's a vegan, and she says, for years I've been a vegan and it does nothing, and you have one rock star on your show and all of a sudden you're willing to join me. I was like, well, yeah, it hit different.
Yeah, I mean, so Mitch, I just had like a visual, right? Whenever you were talking about the friend on the hook thing, like my brain, which is like constantly in a nightmarish state, essentially, started like visualizing my high school friends like hanging on hooks, like in a slaughterhouse. Like that's what that elicited for me just now when you said that. Cause like his friend on a hook. So then my brain says, who are my friends? And then I would picture my friends, and then I would picture them on hooks. And I'm like, God, the personification and not making Francis obviously a pig, personifying Francis as a character to, then say, now who are my friends? Because if Francis is seeing their friends or whatever, then you have to think of, and I know I'm conflating the two songs here, but
yeah.
That's what the visual and it does for me. Like whenever we just sit here to talk about it, does that make sense?
Oh, 100%. And if we wanted to keep it to just to Potemkin city limits, like and like I know we were going to talk about some lines in the song too, but the just the line about and for 5 months he ran free and replayed his only fond memory, just a warm and distant dream of his mother's loving eyes upon him. Like there it is. That's the same thing, right? Like that's the same kind of, we can all imagine our mothers, and then it seems so simple, and he does such a simple job with doing this here, but it's true. You think about your own mom, or a loved one who's looking over you, and like that's his only fond memory, like, and just the sorrow of that line, right? Like the sorrow of him running free, and the only good memory he has is that, because he lived in such a shithole in the abattoir, right? So I think he does it.
Literally one fond memory. It says in the lyrics, his only fond memory. Like he only has one. And if you think about like the life of an animal that goes through a food processing plant, I mean, their interactions with their mother would be so brief, and just there would literally only be like a moment. Does that make sense? Like it wouldn't be like a super, like oftentimes it wouldn't be a super prolonged relationship. It would just be like this one thing. So I mean, I don't even see that as like an exaggeration. I see that almost as like a literal like few seconds and then poof, gone.
Yeah. And by putting it in those terms, going back to what I said before, like that hits harder than showing me a video, a horrifying video that is horrifying, but doesn't have the same emotional impact of doing it this way, right? It's almost like the picture you can paint in your mind as soon as you add emotion like that to it is so strong.
Yeah, right before we got on the phone here, I was really having a hard time because I took my kid to school this morning, did some work for a couple hours, and then right before we got on the phone, I was like, all right, I need to listen to this song again. And I've listened to this song so many times at this point, but it's rare that until I prepare for the episodes that we do, that I will read along with it. Like I've done it obviously, but like I did it just before we got on the phone. And so I'm just reading this story, and I'm just falling apart more and more with every passing verse and line in the song. And so when we got on the phone, I was just a total catastrophe. And I realized that like this song is so hard hitting lyrically that like I almost can't read it. I can listen to it just fine, but like I almost can't read along to it because it just becomes too much. Like it's okay whenever I listen to it, but if I read also, like it just becomes overwhelming.
Yeah. Well, and I think, you and Keith will probably talk more about this in the podcast, about sort of the history and the bare facts of the song. But what's really interesting to me, because as most people probably know, like this is a real event that happened. This is an actual pig that escaped an actual abattoir in Red Deer, Alberta, and so I just was curious. I was like, I wonder what is out there on this story, like what is out there. And I found the Red Deer City website. Like I don't know if you've seen this. You've looked into this, but
I look a little bit.
They have a page that's like devoted to this story. And here's the story that we're talking about, is this, that's framed in this tragedy, in this like horrific conditions, sadness, darkness. And the page on the Red Deer website is like a happy, jaunty tale. I think it's like even like the start of the article, the title of it is like a curious ham finds his way out or something. It's like a really like, it's a punny title, and they tell this like magical escape, and he lived out in the woods, and and in the parks, and eventually they found him. And what's so crazy to me is the dissonance, the dissonance which they bring up in the song, but like the dissonance of what it actually is with how human beings, and hey, me a lot of my life, and hey, sometimes still, like I'm not a full vegan, like the way you have to compartmentalize the horrors of what we do for the life that we live, because this article like is written by someone who feels there's no wrong here. Like this is a funny, part of our city's history, when it's kind of covering up this, not even covering up, it's just sort of dealing with the fact that this is a thing that happens that we kind of all get used to. And the weirdest part is like the song doesn't even hit one of the most tragic parts of this entire story, which they talk about on this website, which is that Francis, so they captured him, they decided not to kill him. They're just gonna, keep him and keep him alive. But he died anyway, like a day and a half later, because the tranq dart that they shot to tranquilize him punctured his gut or something, like punctured an internal organ. Jesus. And they had to put him down a day and a half later anyway.
Jesus.
Like, so it has this even more tragic ending where they're like, okay, we'll save him. Oops.
My God.
But again, it's on this page that's like a shining moment in our history. It's just really interesting.
Oh my God. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, I know.
God, well, that is just so disappointing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm so just not shocked at all by that, because it feels like that is just what we do.
Yeah.
We human beings, like, we just take and take and take and steamroll, and I'm really mad. I'm really
mad. But going back to like why, the reflection that Chris had in the interview that I produced for him on our show, and sort of you can see he's dealing with that. Like it's something that we're dealing with, and why an album like Victory Lap then I think touches home to us, or people who are thinking like that at this certain time, right?
Oh my gosh. Do you have any thoughts on like any other lyrics that you really love, or musical performance aspects of the song, like performances by the band themselves that stand out to you about this particular song? Any other thoughts on?
I mean, the first like 13 seconds are maybe the best 13 seconds in their catalog. And I say that because this song doesn't start with a moody intro, doesn't start with Don Cherry and Ron McLean talking about hockey. It doesn't start with anything except literally the most high intensive part of the song right at the start. And like it starts off at its absolute peak. It doesn't go, it only goes down in vibe from there and goes back up to the peak a few times, but there's no other part of the song that's as high in such a important and high dynamic range as Francis Didn't Give a Fuck About the Rollbacks. Like that is like, that's it. They nail it right off the top, and the lyrics are incredible, and that sort of like hiding this pig in a human skin almost, really like Francis didn't give a fuck about the rollbacks, the overproduction, the reduced demand. Like you're just thinking it's a guy in a factory, which I guess, it is a guy in a factory. It's a pig guy.
And looking at this, like this is a wordy song for more recent propaganda. Like a lot of their songs are very, very short lyrically, but this one actually is more about the length of the lyrics, or something like you might find on Let's Talk More Rock. So it's a far more wordy song than a lot more of their recent material as well.
Yes. Oh yeah. And he's it's a fractured fairy tale. Like he's also, it's in the way he phrases the whole song is in that storytelling, childlike almost, the way that the story is told, the structure of the story. Like I think he has a real knack for that when he does that in songs, where it really tells a story from start to finish, and does it in the span of a song. What amazes me about Chris and how he writes songs is that when you read the lyrics, if I hadn't heard the song, or if I haven't heard the song, like there's been a couple times I've read the lyrics before, I'm like, how the hell do you fit this into a tune? Like whether it's the lack of rhyme, the structure, like there's no obvious repeating choruses, there is the fractured fairy tale part of this, which I guess is the chorus, or you could call it in this song. But he has this knack for, writing songs that don't appear like verse, chorus, bridge, verse, chorus, or whatever, right? Like they're like essays, a lot of them.
Mm-hmm. Did you happen to look at the set list for the recent Winnipeg trio of Thanksgiving weekend shows and notice that they did play this song one of the nights?
Yes. How was it?
Fabulous. Fabulous. They only played it one of the 3 nights, but I was really kind of amazed that the band had songs that would only appear on one show as opposed to all 3, because it's like when you don't play a lot, they hadn't played a show in over 2 years. So to learn a song for literally one night when you might not play again for months and months and months, it really speaks to me about the power of this song and how the band actually appreciates this one. If you're willing to learn it, to play it literally only one time in the room, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Chris, if you're listening, the next time you come to Toronto, please play it, because I've yet to hear it live, and man, would I love to.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna check and see if when we make this episode, when we get this all edited, if anybody captured decent recording of it that night at the Park Theater. I think it was night 2. I think it was Saturday night, which was George's birthday.
Right on.
But I can't remember if it was night 2 or not. Like they just the 30 songs or so that I saw over the course of the 3 days, it kind of all
it's a blur.
Together.
You were tired. You had a lot of things to do. It's all blur.
And that's why I'm so glad that I documented that all right away. Like I was sitting at the airport in Winnipeg, like typing all as many notes as I could remember, so that I could make that sort of reflective bonus episode about the trip, because I knew that I would start to forget it, and I already have. Does that make sense? Like it's already falling out of my head as like normal life resumes.
That's a sign you had the best time, because all those things always fall out as soon as they happen. You know, you have those highlight memories, but then the rest you're like, man, it was a blur.
Dude, I rode that sheer glee for a straight week afterwards. Like nothing like punctured my good mood for a solid week after. Like I didn't have a come down for a week.
That's amazing, man.
It was
I'm happy you got to do it. That's so awesome.
Do you have any other like thoughts or reflections on like kind of what this band means to you in general? Like any sort of like summative takeaway that you've been thinking about over the last couple of days after we got in touch?
I mean, I guess it's kind of like mirroring, I think, what a lot of people have said on this podcast. I'm just kind of thankful that they exist. You know, they're a band that's now been with me for the vast majority of my life. And they're a band who's never really compromised. And while I do love bands that have compromised, I think there's something special when you have a band that has done things their way and you've stayed with them, because sometimes when a band does things their own way, you kind of, they're like, okay, that's cool, but not really for me anymore, you know. But for whatever reason, Propagandhi has done things their way, and I'm happy I'm still along for the ride, and that it's still so important to me, like their newest music, you know, like we talked at the start there about, you know, a lot of the bands that came out at the same time as them, and I have a lot of love for those bands, you know, but a lot of those bands haven't changed at all.
Mm-hmm.
And by not doing that, like they're now bands of a certain time period for me, and even their new stuff reminds me of that certain time, you know, whereas Propagandhi are with me in every era of my life. And I think it's so rare that you find bands that are like that. And I'm sure everyone has a favorite band that's kind of like that. And for me, it is Propagandhi. And so I think that's what makes them most special to me, is that entirely personally, they've been with me from my childhood when I was a snotty little kid, like they were in that first record, to now where like the last song on Victory Lap is literally about the world Chris is leaving behind for his kids. And damn it, if I haven't thought about that every single day since we had our son, you know, and if that, and to be quite honest, like I think about it all the time right now, you know, and so that band has managed to capture so many different emotions in my life right up till this very second. And I think that's what makes them really special to me.
And this particular song we've been talking about, Potemkin City Limits, that line of the only fond memory of the mother's loving eyes, like that just makes me want to ensure that my own kid has experiences that are far beyond that with regards to me as a parent. Like I want to make sure that, you know, say that something terrible happens to me like in a month from now, and my kid had to go on with life without me. I would want for them to have so many good memories to draw back on, not just one or two.
Yeah.
So that's another way that the song just kind of totally just messed with my head today. So
that's the thing about it. It's funny because the last episode I listened to, oh my gosh, his name is escaping me.
Oh, Devil's Creek. Yeah, Kyle.
Yeah, Devil's Creek.
Sword.
So Kyle said, he can put propaganda on at any time. I respectfully disagree because it does things like this to me. Like I feel like how you put on that song this morning, how you put on Potemkin City Limits, and it screwed with you. There are songs that I have, like I can put on Dear Coach's Corner anytime, but sure, there are songs that are time and place. And that's what I think is also really amazing about this band is that they have those songs that hit you so hard. Before I go, I just want to really quickly say what you guys do on this podcast. I've been thinking a lot about it and why it's special. And I just want to say that you guys do a hell of a job, and why I think this podcast is important and interesting, not just to people who like propaganda, but what this is, to me at least, is like an exploration of fandom and appreciation that is what fandom and appreciation should be. And what I mean by that is, when you think of fandoms now, you think of like toxic fandoms. You think of like people who are too into Marvel movies and like harass staff and actors. You think about like, oh, if you don't like what I'm into, then fuck you.
Yeah.
People on Twitter, like, oh, you didn't get White Lotus. What the fuck is wrong with you? Like that kind of stuff. And I think to be a fan in the past, in the digital age, like in the last handful of years, it really has fallen away from what I think its purity is and what it should be. And I think what you guys do is that. And I think it's obviously you guys care a lot. But what makes it special is you're not afraid to be critical when needed, but you have an appreciation for what people do that is real and pure and at the base of, I think, what makes art special. And I think you guys hit that in a lot of ways that others don't. And so I really appreciate this podcast because it gives me a bit of hope when you're on Twitter every day looking at this kind of shit that's out there. And then you see something very pure, and that's what this podcast is. So thank you for doing it.
Man, Mitch, that means the world. Thank you so much for being here. And I'm glad to have you as a listener. The fact that you do this for a living and you had such kind words for what we do as a hobby, it just means so much. Thank you so much for coming on, man. I appreciate this so much.
So happy to be here. Thank you.
Just didn't give a fuck about the rollbacks. Overproduction to some mad. Never gave much thought to security contracts. It was sure like he'd only ever known. Panic, fear, pain, darkness, pandemonium. In this hell that was his home. What quarter running expectations. Expedited their demise. Panic grew as the humans stopped among them. When the screaming began, Francis shut his eyes and felt the hand of inhumanity brush over him. But his movie chillers back to for a moment. Find a ray of light spread across the floor. In a crimson pool, he saw his own reflection as he bolted for the door. Not just a fractured fairy tale, although I'm wishing that were true. This is a fable far too real. Somehow still cling to storylines that bridge the chasm between cognition and belief. Many of them plausible denial might offer some relief from the dissonance that Francis left screaming in his way. Deep into the heart of the city's parklands, he made good his escape.
right. Thank you so much for that great hang, Mitch. What a fabulous conversation. And coming out of that section, you all heard the absolutely wonderful Jenn Fiorentino, our last will and testament guest from episode 16. And Jenn has also contributed multiple covers to the podcast. If you haven't checked out Jenn's awesome YouTube channel or our interview with Jenn on the last will and testament episode, please consider doing it. And you can hear me in conversation with Jenn over there. And thanks again, Jenn, for letting us include your Potemkin City Limits cover in the episode. It means a lot for your continued support and submissions to the show. So, Keith, we have one more guest.
Guest number 3.
Guest number 3. This is going to be our most insane episode of all time, I think. So our third guest is a part 2 of my conversation with Dr. David Tkach from the band Giant Sons, where he played bass with Beeve and Robbie Richardson. So Beeve has been on the show many times. Beeve was in Propaganda for several years. Robbie was on our Oka Everywhere episode. So we have all members of Giant Sons on this show. But you may remember David's part 1 as the Tertium Non-Dater part 2 bonus episode that came out recently. David was originally here to discuss only Potemkin City Limits, and the Tertium Non-Dater and Giant Sons stuff just became its own episode. So that's why that Tertium Non-Dater part 2 came into existence, because of this interview. So this is part 2. I essentially just am going to fade us back in right where David and I left off in the Tertium part 2, our Tertium part 2 episode. So we're just going to fade back in with David. So if you haven't heard David's part 1, it's fabulous. He talks all about the history of Tertium Non-Dater and Giant Sons. So David has a PhD in philosophy, and when I reached out to him about this song, he clearly conveyed to me via email the emotional power this song has in his life. And, you know, the conversation can be listened to as a standalone interview, but I also love chatting with David on Tertium Non-Dater part 2. David's current band is called Fulfillment, and they just put out a brand new album. Also fabulous. So if you're looking for some new music from a Giant Sons alum, go check out Fulfillment. But I'm really pleased to bring you part 2 with Dr. David Tkach talking about Potemkin City Limits. So please enjoy.
The storyline to bridge the chasms between cognition and belief. Denial that might offer some relief from the dissonance that Francis left screaming.
Ever heard.
I 100% agree.
And it's incredible. I really actually feel like supporting cast feels like an album opener, and because of like the kind of longer instrumental-ish part of the beginning, which again I was like, oh, that sounds like a Beef thing. I don't know if he wrote that bit or not, but like it goes from that 1 2 3 just devastated me. And then as we'll talk about Potemkin City Limits after that, just I feel like that album, every single song just hits me so hard. And it was probably like, I'm sure there's a connection to, it was the first one that Beef appeared on. So I was like, so excited, listening so intently, like, and I think they maybe say in the liner notes, like whether it's left or right. Anyway, I'm sure there's more than 2 guitar tracks on a lot of those songs. But yeah, just being able to hear him contributing to this band that meant so much to all of us growing up, it's phenomenal. And I mean, I love Failed States and I love Victory Lap, but I truly feel like Supporting Cast is it's my favorite of all of their albums for sure.
It's mine too. Yeah, it is. I can't. I don't know if anything. I don't know if any music ever will top that record for me. I don't know.
Yeah. It's tough to think like what that would be like. And I mean, like I said, like my history with Propaganda, like there was a lull for a few years and then kind of like went back in. And I don't listen to Propaganda every day. And I'm sure that the biggest Propaganda fan in the world maybe doesn't do that either. But yeah, I feel like there's no band that really has had as much of an impact on me as I'd like to think as a musician, but certainly as a human being. But then that album has had the largest impact of all of them on me for sure.
Well, you mentioned how they have this impact on people who listen and who listen closely and who think about the ideas that are contained within the songs. And we've heard it time and time again on this podcast, how this band has challenged people to change the ways that they live their own lives. And I think that a song like Potemkin City Limits is one of those songs which is so deeply powerful when the listener processes what is happening, that it shines some pretty stark reality lights where we are forced to look at our behaviors and look at ourselves in the mirror quite a lot. And you've mentioned in private correspondence with me just how deeply the song Potemkin City Limits has impacted your life. And so I want to know about your love of this song. We can go through this however you like, because this is a very lyrically heavy and very wordy song. There are many, many words, many lines. So we can go about this however you like, but I want you to be able to have the time and space to articulate your love of this song however you feel is appropriate.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you for that. And yeah, I mean, just, this song, it's hard to talk about precisely because it is such a heavy subject matter. So I think, yeah, I mean, I'm hoping I don't get too emotional talking about it, but that may happen. But yeah, I think that's, I have sort of like things kind of like background that this song really, I feel like it kind of like sits within. Maybe I can just talk about it. I think that, this song, Winnipeg was a special place for me growing up because there were, and I'm absolutely certain this is because of, so I got into Propaganda probably about five or 6 years after they first started. So like mid 1990s. And at that point they had already started playing larger shows, but before that they were playing much smaller shows. And, you can hear on where Quantity is Job One, the 30 song CD, there's a few live songs on there, like the chicken fight song and things like that.
Yeah. Hey, LaPlante, get up here.
Yeah. So Jeff LaPlante, like, anyway, yeah, I won't talk about him. I didn't know him very well, but I liked his bands, Wheat Rack, and I can't remember the name of the other one after that. But anyway, so I think Propaganda had an outsized influence on all of the people that then started bands in Winnipeg in the early 90s. And then they were the bands that were like really playing at the Albert on Thursday nights. And they were the bands that I saw. Lots of bands that were not afraid to talk about animal rights, animal ethical issues from the stage, and have stickers and wear t-shirts. There's, I guess at that time, before sort of there maybe an organization that some people may have questions about, but PETA was really big at the time in Winnipeg. And so, yeah, that kind of thing. But there are a few bands in Winnipeg that wrote animal rights songs. And I think something that really, and I think Propaganda was certainly one of them, This is the first one, because they've had obviously several that are much more confrontational, much more aggressive, thinking about like nailing Descartes to the wall. And then last song on Today's Empires, my God. But that one I find extremely hard to listen to because it basically has the sound of a dying pig at the beginning of the song. And I'm actually very happy that they took that sample off for the remix.
I agree. Yeah, I agree.
Because like that song is so amazing, but to get through that, you have to hear the screams of a dying being, which is just really tough. And I mean, intentionally so or not. Anyway, there was a band in Winnipeg called Painted Thin that were directly connected to G7, and on their second full-length album, they had a song called "Thousands a Year," which was a song about the lead singer Paul taking a cat to be put to sleep at a vet, and it was really, really heartbreaking. It was like the first song on the album, and there's this like repeating refrain by Doug, who played in the band the Bonaducci's. He was in Painted Thin as well for a while. And it was just this kind of like Paul singing one line about like, sort of like a statistic about animals, in this case, maybe cats. And then Doug singing the line, "I'll never see you again." And just like repeating this over and over. And the lyrics being, very, very intense, and like about going out to the vet and then coming home without the cat. And like I have a cat that I've had for 16 years who is, she's kind of a nightmare cat, doesn't really like most people. She actually got a reputation in Ontario, the Ontario hardcore scene, of being like a really angry, nasty cat. Anyway, I love her immensely, and she's 16, so she has a lot more years behind her than ahead of her. And I often think of this song and get really sad. But anyway, so I think of this Potemkin City Limits, the Propagandy song, as kind of connected to that, where it's like we're going to talk about animals. What we're not going to do is go in the direction of like something like Peter Singer, where you have sort of a more utilitarian conception of like, well, animals can feel pain, therefore they should be part of that utilitarian ethical calculation. What we're going to do is look at the human side of it. And I think that Painted Thin and other bands in Winnipeg, they looked at the human looking out towards the animal and the emotional connection that can have. And I think what Potemkin City Limits does, that is, I think, brilliant. I'm sure it's been done by, well, actually, I'm not sure it's been done by other bands that have had animal rights songs, that, it is not afraid to anthropomorphize. And I don't think that's really a bad thing. It's like we're going to, Francis was given a name after the fact, after these events. I don't know exactly the sort of timeline of when he escaped the slaughterhouse in Red Deer, Alberta, which is a couple of hours north between me and Calgary and Edmonton. But he's immediately given this name that was maybe given to him after the fact by presumably the abattoir. But he's given, first of all, he's referred to as he, which is an anthropomorphization. But there's no problem with that. I think it's because I think that, my ethical perspective on animals is that there's no break between human beings and animals. And even like the idea of humans as like the sole language users on the planet, I think that's nonsense. And I think that there's evidence that comes out and is piling up that many other animals have language that is at least rich enough for their lives and much more simple than human lives, but that they're, given enough time heading on into the future, who knows what those species would eventually become. Regards to that, here and now, I think that similar to that Painted Thin song, I guess we can go maybe into the lyrics now.
Heck
of
yeah.
this.
However you want. I'm here for your thoughts. You just tell
Okay.
me what you want to say.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that, well, maybe we won't go into the lyrics just yet. So I actually do have notes on the side.
That's
here
fine. That's fine.
Some points that I wanted to connect to. So I think maybe we can maybe talk about the idea of empathy. And I think that there's a lot, and I should say, like, I have a background in philosophy, and I've definitely taken classes on things like environmental ethics and stuff like that, but I never really approached philosophy as the studying of questions or the studying of, like, I'm a specialist in this particular subdomain of the field. I was always like, I'm going to read these people and try and figure out what they say. And the vast majority of stuff that I really studied for both schoolwork and then papers that I published in my dissertation, animals never really came into it. So I always felt like my love of, like, punk rock and vegetarianism with vegan tendencies now for 27 years, I think, like, that has all been sort of like a side journey along with the academics on the other side. I never really connected the two together. So a lot of the stuff that I'm talking about, not a lot, but some of the stuff that I'm talking about now, I think is based more on, like, just me kind of touching on it through years of being in school. But so I think that the idea, I mean, nailing Descartes to the wall, modern philosophy, starting with Descartes, or Descartes as an exemplar of modern philosophy, really has this idea of the human and the natural world as two separate things. And animals are classed entirely in the natural world. Basically, they're just clockwork mechanisms. Descartes vivisected animals. And so obviously, Propagandhi wrote about nailing him to the wall, which I think is pretty appropriate for him. And I mean, this is an element of Propagandhi's growth as a band over time. They're very aggressive in the first couple of albums, and their core beliefs never really shift as far as I can tell, but they become so much more human and so much more, it's never, at a certain point, it becomes much less pointing at you, and it becomes much more like I and me and what can I do? And then, like, that's, I think, like a major lyrical shift in Chris's lyrics over time. And I think that this song, Chris is writing, it's basically a fictional account, but it's I would say, like, an idea of a narrative that's able to express an ethical truth more than a particular ethical position, like the one that I mentioned earlier, Peter Singer. There's no calculation needed. There's no even theory needed. There is just listen to the lyrics and draw something out of that. And so I think that we'll probably kind of, like, bounce to the music a little bit as well. I really feel like he creates this empathy through these lyrics. And I mean, musically, I won't say it's, like, unique or anything like that. It's definitely it's a simpler song than a lot of the other songs they've put out, and, like, much simpler than a lot of songs on supporting cast. And it almost feels like it harkens back to something from, like, Let's Talk More Rock era.
I agree.
It's strange, though, because, like, I go back to Let's Talk More Rock and I can't really find any songs that sort of sound like that. I think it's just because it's, like, it's mostly in the major key. And this is a really interesting, and I didn't listen to, I think you mentioned that Chris did this song on one of his podcasts.
Not yet. He's actually working on it right now.
Okay.
So
this will be a very interesting one for me to listen to then.
I know. And, like, part of me is like, I'm having conflicts about this because I don't know when he's going to release his. And I would like to listen to his before we release ours. But, like, ours is, like, it's almost ready. So we're kind of like, I don't really know how it's going to go.
Yeah. So I would be really interested to hear his ideas of writing this song, because I feel like, the song, the lyrical theme is so dark. It's as dark as it can possibly be, I think. This idea of, an animal in a slaughterhouse that escapes, and written from the perspective of that animal. Like, that's just such a just horrible scenario to contemplate if you have been if you agree with or have adopted this ethical position, including animals in sort of like the sphere of empathy or something like that. This is a term that I'm just throwing out there. It might have been said by some ethicists at some point, but I think that's so the song itself, it's all major key, except when the narrator of the song steps back from the story and, says, and I want to just bring up the quotes, just make sure that I don't mess it up. It basically only goes to the minor part of that 1-3-5 progression, like a root in the fifth and the fourth or something like that, 1-4-5. It goes to the minor part of that when he hits that line, not just some fractured fairy tale, although I wish that were true. This is a fable far too real. So it's like he's immediately saying this is a tale intended to be like a fairy tale, in which, if you're thinking back on something like Brothers Grimm or something like that, a lot of these fairy tales had sort of ethical, whatever they were, ethical ideas that were intended to be communicated to children to learn from. And so I think of the lyrics as something like that. But yeah, I feel like sorry, just looking a little bit more here. I feel like this song, it really, it sidesteps anthropomorphization, because it doesn't even require, there's no sound that Francis makes. There's the sounds like when screaming began. There's the sounds that the other animals and the other pigs in the slaughterhouse make. But Francis never says anything. So this song is sort of like a way, Chris, as writing this fairy tale, this fable, is giving a voice to this by our standards voiceless being, and saying this is his story, and we're going to try and draw some kind of conclusion from this story that then you can bring into your own life. And yeah, this is so heavy to talk about. I think that there are certain elements of this song that they really touch on the sort of, they ignore the modern philosophical presupposition that there's humans over here and nature, including animals, over there. There's a lot of sort of more contemporary philosophers of technology that really talk about human beings as embedded within systems and co-determinative, determining the system, simultaneously the system determining the individual. So even to speak of an individual within nature is it's sort of like a philosophical non-starter. You should be looking at the totalizing the system itself. And then this connects, and I'm speaking as someone virtually ignorant about this, but this connects as well with certain news items I've seen of indigenous epistemology that brings, animals into relation, co-determinative relation. They use that language because that's an imposition of, philosophical traditions that they did not participate in. But bringing animals into relation with human beings and even giving them like political weight in sort of thinking of like the politics of a particular area, a particular region of Canada, for example. I can think of and I don't have the name of the nation in front of me, but just someone that considered salmon as political actors with a political voice in that particular region, and then what follows from that. And so I like thinking of that sort of like as a background. I think that Chris's work is a way to enlarge that sphere of empathy that has been done by other people and other groups and peoples in the past. But I think that's I guess the background, maybe I could talk about that now.
Yeah, whatever. It sounds great.
And then go into the lyrics, because I feel like, yeah, getting through the lyrics is going to be rough. So I think, so Francis the Pig was a pig that escaped from a slaughterhouse in Red Deer, Alberta in the mid 90s. And he sort of like ran around the town for a while. And then unfortunately, I think someone tried to shoot him with a tranquilizer dart to kind of like do whatever, bring him in. And then he unfortunately died from complications of the injuries of that tranquilizer dart. But then just absolutely, I don't even know where the thought process went from this. There's a statue of Francis the Pig in Red Deer, Alberta, that was, as the lyrics talk about, provided by the slaughterhouse, that sort of talks about Francis's escape. And I mean, there's, I guess in Red Deer, it's sort of treated as like this, like, I don't know what, like almost like a fun, not fun, but like, you know, across Canada, all over the place, there are like large animal statues in a lot of small towns. And I think that this is maybe like another one of Red Deer's things where it's like, look at this interesting story, part of the lore of our town. And, you know, to me, it's a cenotaph, right?
Yeah.
It's a place where, you know, Francis's remains are not near the statue. I know the statue's been moved, I think, at least a couple of times, and I think it's in a park now. But yeah, to me, it marks the edge of the Potemkin city limits, and I think we can maybe talk about.
Have you seen the statue?
I haven't. No, I've seen photos of it, and yeah, I don't know. Like, I've driven through Red Deer a couple of times on the way to Edmonton. I don't go up to Edmonton too often. I think, you know, I don't know. I would like to stop there. I know I'll probably be reduced to a blubbering mess going to that statue. But yeah, I think it's probably important for me to see at least once.
Tell me some of your favorite stuff about the lyrics themselves.
Yeah, so I think like going through it, you know, the lyrics started of Francis didn't give a fuck about the rollbacks, etc. All of that, you know, it's the idea of, here's the way to look at animals one way, and that's as resources to exploit. And I mean, you know, as in any sort of industrial / factory farm scenario, these animals very likely would not exist were it not for human exploitation of them. And that doesn't mean that those beings have these particular sort of experiences of the world, experiences of existence any differently than if they had been wild. But, you know, that's a strange thing to think about. But the important thing, I think, for the ethics is that Chris goes through those ideas, and the idea of like these economic forces are what sort of created Francis almost. And then, you know, Francis didn't give a shit about any of that. All he'd ever known was pain, fear, panic, darkness, and pandemonium, and the hell that was his home. So immediately you have, you know, the reason for that hell is us. It's humans. All of this economic forces that are created as part of the human life, we've created hell on Earth. And Francis, this being, was born in, lives in this hell. From there, you know, then the fourth quarter earning expectations expedited his demise. This is like a, you know, as any industrial meat production company, they will, if it is not economically worthwhile to keep these animals alive, they will immediately be culled. They'll be all slaughtered and killed. And that is the part of the story. He is basically marked for death. So the humans stalked among them. Interesting that the humans stalked, you don't usually think of unless you're coming to the story already with a perspective on animals that, kind of aligns with propaganda and this position, you wouldn't think of humans this way until it's like, oh, what do you mean stalked? Like, what does that imply? And it's like, well, that means that they're like, I immediately think of from the height of a pig, so maybe three feet off the ground, and just imagining only being able to see, not even being able to see the faces, them just kind of drifting off above, but all you see is this these things that it means that pain is coming to you. And the idea that Francis never knew the potential for a human to love him or something like that as a companion, or this is the only thing that he knows of human beings. And then when screaming began, Francis shut his eyes and felt the hand of humanity brush over him. So maybe that's one of the people in the slaughterhouse saying, this is one that we're going to kill right now. And then immediately turning, Francis seeing the opportunity, the blinding ray of light spread across the floor, the opportunity to escape, and that line, in a crimson pool he saw his own reflection as he bolted for the door. This idea of him recognizing himself, a being recognizing itself. And I mean, this is something that I'm not really up on, but obviously there are many animals that have they pass the sort of the mirror stage of development of human beings, where they look in a mirror and they recognize not that it's another animal of the same species, but that it's actually them. They have some concept of this is me. I'm thinking here of corvids, magpies. Calgary is thoroughly overrun with magpies, and I mean, I think they're just the most wonderful. I don't like how much they mess with the white-tailed jackrabbits here, which Calgary is also totally overrun by. There's a lot of interspecies warfare that happens, unfortunately. But I mean, certain animals having this idea of being able to recognize themselves, it implies, and the idea of second order tool use, where they're making a tool to make another tool to then complete a task. It implies this idea of planning into the future and things like that. So all these things that, modern philosophy thought did not exist in animals, science and observation has shown this. And I mean, just to touch briefly on it, indigenous people have known this for millennia, and time we fucking listen to them. Anyway, to go back to the story. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
Well, and you brought up the screaming too, which earlier we talked about Purina Hall of Fame a little bit, and the screaming clip that was included at the end of Today's Empires, Tomorrow's Ashes. So it's just imagine that Francis hears that when that exact recording of screaming began. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could really connect these two records by including the memory of us listening to all the screaming on Today's Empires as the screaming that Francis hears as he makes a run for it. So it's that's the way that I kind of think about that screaming line as well.
Yeah. And that's really interesting. And I feel that, the fact that Francis was able to escape, he had, that extra few months of life on Earth before he died. It's almost like the one sort of faint glimmer of hope, or not necessarily hope, but some kind of positive thing where even though Francis escaped this just, place of death and horror, that he still had that extra bit of time outside. there's some kind of positive element there if we can extract that from this. I think that it's exactly at that moment where he bolted for the door that it goes to the minor key, and Chris takes a step back and says, this is not just some fractured fairy tale, although I wish that were true. And this is an interesting thing where, we've told this story now. Francis, constantly referred to as he, as a name. Anyone that probably reads the lyrics knows that this is a story about an animal, but it could just as easily be, a human in a concentration camp at some point throughout history. Any time when human beings have been sort of made surplus because of political expediency or whatever the situation is, it's exactly the same thing that is happening. The same, decision made. We must remove these beings, so let's get to removing them. And what I hope from this song is that people read it and listen to it and have that experience where it's like, I'm really concerned about human beings and how they're treated in ethical and political situations where they don't have any control, and politics determining their lives, and power is determining their lives. What should happen there? And then thinking back to Francis, and it's like, he was able to escape himself. Why don't we work on the system that put him there in the first place? Anyway.
Well, I have a question too about this song, because the line for me that always sends me over the edge, which all of our Twitter followers know because I freaking tweet it relentlessly, is his mother's loving eyes upon him. And I'm wondering if you have any particular thoughts on like the emotion of like love and parenting and the relationship of a child with the parent that comes across so powerfully within this, because people in our society don't think of animals as being parents or as being offspring or children. And so, that line is immensely powerful for me because I think about how my relationship with my own child, and that like really puts this into a different perspective as well, thinking about the intensity of love between a parent and an offspring who are not human. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't have a child. I feel like, for people that are parents, there's like hearing that line. I can't even imagine what it would be like to hear that line actually having a child. I think that going back to the music again for a little bit, just because there's kind of the breakdown of the song, where it's again the sort of narrator stepping back from the story and talking about the storylines that bridge the chasm between cognition and belief. Any old and plausible denial that might offer some relief from the dissonance that Francis left screaming in his wake. So Francis shows the chasm between seeing the hell and then our belief about the hell that has been created for animal agriculture, and the whole story of like him being outside and then just being able to replay, this only fond memory of his mother's loving eyes upon him. Every time I hear that, the way the song, steps back just a warm distant dream of, and then there's like a build up and then the crash back down to his mother's loving eyes upon him. There's few moments in music that move me more than that moment in the song. It's sort of hard for me to talk about a little bit right now because it makes me want to cry every time I hear it. And I think that's, this is again, to prevent myself from crying, philosophize. There is I feel like that's a motto that's probably existed for thousands of years for human beings. But I think that, again, this is an idea of the expansion of that sort of sphere of empathy, the ethical sphere, where it's, we've had Francis alone experiencing this and talking a little bit about, and you're thinking, oh, what would it be like for a human to be in that situation? But then even expanding that and being like, well, yeah, of course he had a mother. Francis is a mammal, like humans are, and there's I can't even begin to think of the details of farming techniques and keeping young piglets close to their parents and things like that for a certain amount of time before they're weaned, etc. I'm not going to go into any of that because I'm just going to probably bum everyone out and myself out as well. But this idea of Francis having a memory, pigs, there's the common refrain of like, they're just as smart as, or not smarter than dogs. Which obviously, like, I'm sure tons of listeners and people over the world have as companions, have as pets. Dogs are wonderful animals. So I'm more of a cat person myself, whatever that means. But I love other people's dogs. I love hanging around with them. And of course, they have memories. My cat has memories. My cat remembers the sound of me, tapping my spoon on her food bowl as I'm putting food in her dish. My cat remembers me, the sound of her name when I call it, because her ears perk up, even if she's asleep. So it, of course, why not? Why would a pig not have a memory of this other being in their life that like gave them life, gave them food when they were young? That idea of the mother's loving eyes upon him, there's no language, as humans would call it. There's no words, but there's the relation between the two beings. And we as humans can step back and say, this is that kind of relation that a human has, a parent has for their child. It's an identical relation. And that, seeing that through the lyrics of the song, expands the sphere of empathy, where it's like, oh, this being is capable of this exact same relation of, here's my child, speaking as a human, here's my child in bed, or, they're a teenager now, or whatever. It's exactly the same relation that a mother pig has for a child pig. And, the idea of, we have that idea now that has been told in this narrative. What do we then do with it? And just the idea, and then just to wrap up the discussion of the lyrics, he talks about Frances made it farther than she did, which is just like such a emotional like, punch in the stomach, as if it hasn't been hard already. It's just like, and then I think that then all that's left of the song is the narrator talking about it. And, and Chris is amazing at pointing out human hypocrisy. I don't think he stops there. I think that stopping at pointing out hypocrisy and saying, haha, you're a hypocrite, that does nothing. I think that it's a start. It's like, oh, there's this irrational thing happening. How does that irrational thing reflect the ideological commitment of the person saying it? And then what is that ideology? And is that ideology right or wrong? And then what follows from that? I think that's the steps to go out from that. I think that Chris is pointing out that an abattoir, slaughterhouse, putting the statue there, like, to me, it's just so, like, I cannot comprehend the series of decisions that went from that slaughterhouse wanting to commemorate this, except for the fact that their sphere of empathy does not include the animals that are in their slaughterhouse. Mm-hmm. Those, they are nodes of economic gain or loss that are carefully calculated and positioned. And when it is ready to, not him or her, when the thing there is ready to be cut into pieces and sold to humans for consumption, that is the only thing that is consideration. And then, going along with whatever the treatment of animals regulations are for the particular province or country that it happens to be in.
Yeah, and I was talking about this on the other interviews as well that I did for this song, where the power of a single story oftentimes carries far more power than the story of a large group. So if you picture like the thousands of animals that go through an animal slaughtering facility every day, the thought of all of them as a totality is like almost too big for us to wrap our stupid brains around. But when we have a one story, like the cow going down the water slide at the water park, or Francis getting away, we root for the single story as a celebration. And we're like, yeah, get away, pig. Or the ones that jump off the trucks, which I talked about in a different interview, where you see the videos of like pigs like climbing out of trucks on the side of the highway and like jumping out to escape the truck. We root for the single, but when we have the collective, we throw up our hands and go, welp,
Yeah, I think that's a really good observation. I think that this is sort of, from my perspective, part of the evolution of Chris as a lyricist and a songwriter thematically, that, there was always sort of a return in the earlier records. There was always a return to, there was a lot of the individual, but it's pointing at like you, and very aggressively and things like that, done in a, I think a very well done way. But in his pulling back, it's like there is a lot of, and I think lyrically, like over the past like 3 records, there's been a lot of like, I feel like the album Potemkin City Limits was kind of like the Glenn Lambert sort of like really dark place. And then since that time, there's been a lot more of like, I'm thinking about Dear Coach's Corner, like, how do I save, I think it was his niece or cousin, save her from this cult of death. How do I do this? How do I do this? How do I navigate this? How do I comprehend this? And I think that this song, it's sort of similar, it fits in with that, where it's like, I have seen this, I have recognized this, I have expanded my sphere of empathy to include these beings, obviously for Chris like decades ago, but I've done this, and hearing this story, I want to try to do this again for other people. But I think he recognizes that, that these are, I'm thinking about like, having recently watched the movie Don't Look Up, as we mentioned on Twitter, that I contributed to. I thought that movie was, it had its issues as a film, but I think that it's like I thought it was great, and I thought it was like a really good example of, people with knowledge trying to confront basically a system of power and just shipwrecking on it, where it's like, it's played for comedic effect, but the comet is coming. We have this knowledge. What are the people in power going to do? Oh, they're going to try to either do nothing because it's politically expedient or commercialize it. And I feel like it's a good example of like, someone, because there's always going to be a, 15-year-old person listening to propaganda for the first time, who up to this point is like happily, munching their steaks and pork chops, etc., with the family that they've been doing for 15 years without any thought about it whatsoever, as most people really on the planet do, with some, obviously like large exceptions culturally all over the world. But they're going to confront this and then, read something like, in my time it was Animal Liberation by Peter Singer. Died for a New America was another one that was sort of like around in Winnipeg in the 90s. And I mean, those are just like talking about details of slaughterhouses and things like that. It's like you see these statistics of, it's, literally billions of animals per year, like way more than the entire population of humans on the planet, killed, murdered for consumption. And it's been steadily increasing for years and years and years. And you're confronted by that. And we as an individual have absolutely no power as an individual. But if everyone has this sort of expansion of what it means for the beings in these systems, then maybe, something good will come of it in the future. And I feel like, something has, by all of the people that have been touched by Chris's songs and any bands that have animal rights front and center in their politics. It's like they have decided to extract themselves from these systems as much as possible. And I mean, there's no such thing as like a perfect, the level 5 vegan or whatever the joke is, don't eat anything with a shadow from The Simpsons. Like living in this world under capitalism, under the systems that we are born into, every decision is compromised, but it's just a matter of like extracting yourself as much as you can out of those systems. And there is the freedom for us to do that to some degree. So I feel like
that's really well said. I mean, I feel like that is a nice round discussion of the lines themselves, the story itself, the questions that the song asks you to consider. And, I'm wondering if you have, like, we kind of talked about this a little bit, like this song's not Tertium non datur, it's not Night Letters, it's not like the most insanely technical of Propagandy songs that there are, but does anything about the performance of the music itself stand out to you as somebody who kind of knows the people who played on the record, but also as somebody who is, a good musician yourself?
Thank you for that compliment. I feel like talking about in comparison to these folks, it's like David and Goliath kind of situation. Not that I'm trying to kill Propaganda with a stone. But I feel like I think that the song is extremely high energy. I'm sure it's one of the songs that like gets the pit going at a Propaganda show.
It is. I just saw it.
Yeah, that's it's amazing. Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, I'm someone who does not like mosh pits all that much, but I love that they exist, and I love that they continue to exist. Even though it's the thing that was done 20 years ago, and at that point it was done 20 years before that too, and people in the 90s were complaining like it's something anyway. So I think that this song, it is like, I feel like the only thing that they could do with a song this dark is make it high energy. And I feel like like we talked a little bit about like the kind of like major versus minor chord progressions, and like I'm not a trained musician, so I'm really talking out of my ass somewhat on that, but I have an understanding of like what it means to go from a root note to a particular note that is the kind of minor part of that chord progression to produce the effect of the sort of sadness that a minor key can do. And I feel like this song, it is simple, but it is so expertly constructed in relation to the lyrics. And I feel like, I mean, who knows if Chris was intentional, if the band was intentional when they're jamming it. I haven't talked to Beef about this. I'm sure he would have a view on it. I'm not sure what their process was in songwriting. I feel like it was maybe certainly not as jammy as Giant Sons, but presumably there was like input from everyone, and et cetera. Whether Chris brought this thing constructed and had the lyrics, I know that, listening to the history of the band, there's been like sort of several tries of lyrics, and you hear the earlier version that has like a different kind of, vocal phrasing or arrangement of the vocals, that later songs like are a definite improvement over. I feel like this song, it's weird to say like it's sort of a perfectly written like pop punk song, because it transcends that, and it's the subject matter is so unbelievably sad that the idea of it being talking about it is like, oh, it's like art, it's an archetype of this type of music, but it really is. And it's not only that, but like, as we've talked about through the discussion of the song, the switch to the minor at the moments when it's like the narrator steps back and says like, this is a tale, a fairy tale, something that obscures what is actually happening and prevents us from understanding what is actually happening. And those are the moments where it's like, you're listening to this like, yeah, really, energetic song, maybe not listening to the lyrics too carefully, but then it's like it backs up for a second and you're sort of like, shoved to one side by the minor parts. And it almost goes kind of like syncopated, I think, a little bit at that moment too. I'm thinking of the first like do 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 do, not just some fractured fairy tale moment. It helps to like shake people and shake things up. And I think it's, Propaganda has done that in I would say probably virtually every single one of their songs for me and for other people. But I feel like this is one of the ones where, when I first heard this song, I'd been vegetarian for probably 15 years at that point. And so it was not even a matter of extending the sphere of empathy for me. I keep returning to this term. I swear to God, I'm not using it as like some kind of like static philosophical conception or anything like that. I just think it's useful to kind of get the point across. There aren't really any other songs of theirs that have had this much of an immediate effect on me. And I think it's because it's so making the political, and I'm including here animals, making the political a personal story that every person who has had, some kind of love from an elder, love in a home, everyone knows that experience, who has had that experience. They may not know that animals also have that experience. And I feel like this is a song that gets that idea across more than anything else that I've heard by any band.
Excellent. Well, David, we're going to bring this in for a landing. And I'm wondering if you have any particular thoughts on kind of what this band means to you as a musician, as a fan of music, as somebody who clearly cares about the world and the life of the mind. I'm wondering like how this band all fits into all this for you.
Well, yeah, I think that I have lots to say, so I'll try to keep it as brief as possible. If I you may have noticed that I tend to talk long periods of time about things.
It's okay.
Sorry about that, but yeah, I think that's that it's we were talking, I think, before recording started, but just how this band really creates community. And I think that like punk rock at its best, when it's not nihilistic, when it's actually sort of presenting everything that I say sounds like a hackneyed phrase, I think, like punk rock providing an alternative way of looking at the world that is, I think, and I think I could argue for, I'm not going to do that now, objectively better than a lot of other ways of looking at the world at its best, because I think there's obviously a lot of nonsense in punk rock as well, but at its best with the bands that I think have had the greatest impact on me as an ethical and political person. There's like, it's Propaganda, Fugazi, any of the work by Sarah Kirsch, so Torches to Rome, Bread and Circuits, Mother Country Motherfuckers, Please Inform the Captain, This is a Hijack, anything that she was a part of, and then like a whole bunch of like, bands over moments in time. All of that has sort of made me the person that I am today. And I think that musically, Propaganda, I feel like they transcended anything that I could hope for, probably around the Today's Empires moment. I feel like I can play anything from the first two records and Quantity's Job 1, no problem. As soon as they started really digging into their metal roots, I should say that I'm in a metal band with my partner. We haven't jammed in a year and a half, but I still play. I taught myself how to do like kind of more death metal-y stuff. And I feel like my guitar is dropped to like an open C# tuning that is very close to what Propaganda plays at. And so I'll be playing Supporting Cast and the beginnings of Night Letters, and then just realize like, yeah, this is way beyond anything. But I feel like that with Propaganda, I'll actually be really interested to see how, because I mean, this record is now, what, 14 years old, something like that, 12 years old.
2009, man, it's crazy.
2009, jeez. So we'll see another decade ahead where Victory Lap and things like that and Failed States push people to, because I mean, they've, obviously these guys are big Rush fans, and I am also a big Rush fan, of course. And, that musically they have pushed so far beyond what anyone who hears the phrase punk rock would think of. But I mean, in the late 80s, early 90s, if you listen to Fugazi, would people think that was punk rock if they're used to I don't know, the Sex Pistols or something like that? So I feel like this band, there's such a such a treasure for music listeners, and the fact that they write such incredible songs, the fact that they have, I think their political views are so important to listen to and to internalize and really to work through. And then the fact that they're such incredibly nice people, and I feel like that niceness comes out in the songs so much. Yeah, it's really just I don't know, I don't think there's this idea of a perfect band or something like that. And I even to say this is my favorite band, it would depend on the day, because I go through obviously different musical excursions and things like that. But yeah, I mean, they're a band that has grown with me, as pompous as that is to say. But I really feel I keep going to the shows. There are a lot of other people who keep going to the shows, and we talk about Propaganda together at the shows, and it's oh yeah, what about this, and what about this thing going on in this part of the world? Oh yeah, it's interesting. We're all growing together with this band, and I think it's that kind of thing is magical and doesn't happen often.
Where can people who are listening find things that you would like to promote with your own music, work, etc.? Where do you want to draw people's attention to for anything that you do?
Well, so yeah, my I guess job, my professional life is as a librarian. So there's nothing really to promote there. I love my job. I love working in the library. I love working with students. It's that's been sort of a vocation. My mother was a librarian in kind of a similar kind of technical vocational school in Winnipeg. And in my case, I work at a college in Calgary, but it's more sort of practical, job oriented, and it's really interesting to be able to do that. I think that things that I want to promote. So I play in I guess sort of my main band right now is a band called Fulfillment. I'm playing with friends Kevin and Steven here in Calgary. We have one pretty raw demo that I don't think people should listen to, but maybe by the time this episode is released, we're putting out a full-length album which will appear on Bandcamp. It's Fulfillment, spelled the British way because our drummer is from the UK. So Fulfilment. And that's sort of I would say it's a post-punk, post-hardcore band that we initially started off trying to do stuff like the Wipers, so everything about 2.5 minutes long and kind of a get in, get out, get her done kind of post-hardcore workhorsey band. I definitely hear so Jawbreaker is one of my favorite bands of all time, and I definitely hear a lot of Adam Fowler bass lines in the stuff that I've done with this band. Anyway, that's coming up. I do, as I mentioned, I play in a death metal band with my partner called Manicule. We don't have any recordings yet. I hope at some point that we will. So I play guitar in that band, and then I do solo electronic stuff that's kind of I'm still trying to learn how to use synthesizers. It's been probably 6 or 7 years at this point. I kind of suck at it, but I really like the songs, like kind of like halfway between like synth wave and then kind of some ambient a little bit and some kind of like more house 4 on the floor kind of stuff. That's under the name Zeta 2 Reticuli, which is the planet that LV-426, or sorry, the star that LV-426 from the Alien franchise orbits around. So if you type Zeta 2 II Reticuli into a search box, you'll probably get lots of stuff on Alien and Aliens, but that's on SoundCloud mostly, and I think I put stuff up on Bandcamp as well.
I'm searching it literally right now. I found it. Zeta 2 Reticuli, Voyager, and Tiberius.
Yeah, so everything. So I started, when I started putting songs up for that, every song is a reference to Star Trek, and I've just kind of like kept that going from the get-go. And yeah, I won't say that there's any kind of like, I'm not writing like a concept album about Star Trek technology. I just really like Star Trek a lot. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing musically.
Is your fulfillment record called 10 Colors?
Yes, it may be available already.
It's up.
So,
I'm looking at it. Here it is.
Well, there it is. Yeah, that's probably a mistake.
The artwork looks great.
Yeah, that's all Kevin. He's really he's a gifted artist in a lot of different media. He does so this is something that I love about still being a Propaganda fan and talking about it and meeting other people that have been longtime Propaganda fans, and just fans of like punk rock in general. It's that I've found that as I've gotten older, I've started to meet and know, and then even sometimes play with people that I adored in bands in the past. I did that with another Kevin from Weights and Measures. I played in a band with him that put out a couple of records called Big Knife, Little Knife, that was out of Montreal. Weights and Measures is one of my favorite bands in the mid-90s, math rock instrumental power trio. And then this Kevin Stepner, who I play with now, he's been in bands out of Alberta for about a decade, maybe, actually probably way longer than that, 15 years, something like that. But his last band was called Prepared, and Prepared was, if you're a fan of like I mentioned earlier, the Sarah Kirsch stuff, so anything like Bread and Circuits, Torches to Rome, that kind of thing, Prepared is sort of the Canadian version of that. It's one of the most moving, sort of post-hardcore bands that I've heard come out of Canada. And now the fact that I play in a band with him, it's like I've just aging along and, ending up in the bands with these people. It's wonderful to have that happen. So Fulfillment is the sort of main band, and then Zeta 2 Reticuli if you're interested in synthesizers.
Well, I'm a big fan of Gunship and the Midnight right now. So you're doing synthwave stuff. If you ever do a Propaganda synthwave cover, let me know. I will put that on the podcast.
Yeah. I feel like I haven't. I love those guys as well. I don't have the production chops to really get them sounding like that, wonderful cavernous reverb 80s style. There's a few things over here that I've collected over the past few years that are all kind of broken and in various states of repair, and I just kind of try to push them into doing stuff that's interesting. But yeah, it'd be cool if people check that out too.
Awesome. Well, David Tkach, thank you so much for spending some time with me and talking about all this great history and interpretations of this amazing song. I appreciate your time a whole lot.
Thank you so much for having me. Sorry that we went 2 hours on this, but yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with you about this stuff.
His escape, and where for 5 months he ran free, and replayed his only fun memory, just a warm and distant dream of his mother's loving eyes.
Keith, buddy, this is a long episode, huh? 3 guests, 3 covers, and we are finally to our part of the episode. So how about that? I think we're probably 3 hours into this thing at this point.
It seems deserved, though, right? Like I can think of many songs that deserve a 3+ hour conversation. And, this might not be to a propaganda fan from a distance, like a mandatory track. But I think the people who have really spent time with their music, with their lyrics, with the liner notes, with the issues that they bring up, I think this is definitely one of those songs where people are going to want a deeper dive and a longer meditation on the multiple themes present all throughout the track.
I agree. So we'll dive into this thing here. So first of all, about the music, this song is pretty long. It's about 3 minutes and 50 seconds, and it's got that Devil's Creek feel where it's fast for the first half and slow for the second half. Once it slows down, it never speeds up again. And it's basically fast for the first minute and 27 seconds. And then the last 2:20 are this like brooding, meandering journey of buildups and just tension rising. It's a journey of tempos. And then from 127 to 233, it's slow, brooding, transition, buildup, story in the lyrics. And then from 234, it comes back in with mother's loving eyes upon him. And then it's this slow burn to the end from there. And it kind of reminds me of Devil's Creek in that regard,
Yeah, that's a good comparison.
And so talking about the guitar, we already had Darren's commentary on what he likes about the guitar earlier. And Darren actually plays guitar, which you heard. He plays very well. So his commentary on the guitar was really interesting. But this is such a positive sounding song. Like right off the bat, it's like almost cheerful, which is almost like a sick joke that the band played on us. And if you heard Chris's original version on the Patreon episode, which is like this really like mid-tempo song, it's just such cheerful music and melody that it really just kind of fools you and takes you for a ride on this up-tempo cheerful journey before you realize what's going on. But had this song appeared on Potemkin, it would have sat alongside Name and Address Withheld for like a melodic, happy-ish sounding tone of the music with vocal melodies that are like, accessible and bright. But then it like would lure the listener to reveal the darkness underneath once you pay attention to what it's actually about. So like Propaganda, like with this song and the guitar, like they lure us in with beauty, but then they break our hearts. And the playthrough video that Clem from Last Note did of this is so wonderful because there is all kinds of soloing and really nuanced, delicate playing in the second half of the song that you really have to listen for and closely if you're listening to the record. And I guarantee you, if you watch the playthrough video, you will hear new stuff in the second half of the song that you likely didn't hear, especially if you're a casual fan without any instrumental skills.
Right. You're not going to find, like the riff.
Right.
From Night Letters on this. There's
Bingo.
probably nothing that monstrous, but it is, I think, pieced together and composed in a way that it doesn't need it, right? It doesn't need that big riff. The transitions, those swelling sounds, and the connections between the different parts and the melodies, I think, convey the emotion more than, and any like really iconic monstrous riff would. But the guitars here are very vibrant. They're rich. They're melodic. As you said, Greg, they're deceptively hopeful.
Yeah.
They're upbeat for much of the song. I really love that transitional riff that accompanies not just some fractured fairy tale, From that part on, the guitars exude humanity and empathy and compassion. And it is all somehow simultaneously somber, but it in a way does sound victorious. It does have this contrast in the lyrical themes and the tone or the mood of the music, like as if Francis did escape. So like it makes you think that that something more positive perhaps is happening for much of the song. The warm and distant dream of, like, that part right after there's that picked bar chord. It's probably my single favorite musical moment in this song. Even with like that incredibly emblematic somber outro riff that repeats. Watching Clem play this one, it dawned on me how much I think of an outlier this song is. And maybe I'm missing something, I don't know, but to me, like, Without Love, I don't know if any other Propaganda song really sounds a ton like this. And maybe it's just the lyrical connection to that in some ways, but that I don't know if a whole lot else to me comes to mind that I would say that they are like partner songs. It's an homage. This song is an homage. It's a celebration of Francis's escape. It's a lamentation on his death. And I can't hear it. I can't hear the music or sing the lyrics without feeling like these pangs of sorrow, guilt, anger, and frustration, but also like appreciation that the band was able to reimagine Francis's legacy and what it means, aside from what was given to the people of Red Deer in the form of the monument or the statue that we'll talk about in a bit.
Yeah, and it's really incredible that the band did this homage as well, because that the agenda of the monument with its plaque reading, which we'll get into later, has a very specific purpose. And it's not the purpose that the band gives it. So which is the whole point of the song. But it's excellent that this retelling exists, because it asks us to consider the story from a totally different perspective. So for bass, I love the bass under the bridge, the storylines that bridge the chasm between cognition and belief. I love that part. It's just this tone, right? The bass sounds really good, and it's complemented by Jordan. It's such a nice little break from the rapidity of the first half of the song. And it gives us some gentleness while calling out the ways humans continue to spin tales about how we justify our continued pillaging of the planet. Like, we know certain things are wrong. We continue to do them. We talk about our goals of someday, maybe we'll do better. But until then, we'll tell ourselves what we need to tell ourselves on an individual level to maintain the view that we are good, that someday we'll do better. It's just that today we can't do better. And that's what I love about this little quiet part of just Todd and Jord, like with the bass and drums. They provide this calm backing between the story of Francis parts, which are fast, and the parts that call out humans, which are the slow parts in the song. I love the fact that the song slows way down, and it asks us to think about the storylines, the bridge, the chasm between cognition and belief. And it's like, we're meant to hear those words. We're meant to have those words like thrown at us clear as day, without any distorted guitars muffling the clarity of the words. So to me, this Jordan Todd part of the slow interlude or transition moment is just so important, because it allows like the hypocrisy of humans to be thrown clearly in our face with no like misunderstanding whatsoever. And as far as drums go, the song is not overplayed at all. I feel like Jord doesn't really feel the need to get super flashy on this song. which I have a hell of a lot of respect for drummers that do that. Considering Jord in 2009 is at the height of his Jordness, I would say. This record is just so amazing, but I love the transitions on the song. Like in 108, he has this little boom, and I love the little moments that Jord throws in, but he doesn't overdo it.
Yeah, cool.
So do you have any so did you listen to Chris's alternative version on the Patreon from the Potemkin City Limits sessions, which is a slower version?
Yeah, and aside from that tempo difference, that almost kind of emo rock riff,
Yeah.
that's the biggest, like that really caught my ear, and I thought, wow, like that sounds so different.
Mm-hmm.
And I really liked it. I don't know if I would choose that over this version, but I'm glad it exists, and it's really interesting to see how a song evolves when you get to look throughout its history like that.
Yeah. Like if you're not on Chris's Patreon, you have yet another reason to join up now. Chris's most recent episode unpacks the creation of this song, and he revealed an old version of this song and basically like an instrumental guitar only with vocals version, which was super interesting. So there's a much different opening guitar lick, which you mentioned on the other alternative version. The tempo is totally mid-paced. The vocal melody is spot on and just as catchy in the 2005 version, but the arrangement is different. The lyric "fourth quarter earning expectations expedited his demise. The panic grew as the humans stalked among them. When the screaming began, Francis shut his eyes and felt the hand of humanity brush over him," does not appear on the original version, which is really cool because the original version is really good, but there's so many things that are in the updated version on supporting cast that weren't in the 2005 version. So they really did allow for the song to grow and change and mature over time. It also doesn't include the stuff about fractured fairy tales or cognitive dissonance in the original version. Those lyrics don't appear. So the finished version is much improved, but man, the slow version is so cool. I'm not going to sample it here in the episode. If you want to hear it, go pay Chris $3 and listen to his 2-hour episode. I promise it's worth it.
Yeah.
But there is also the guitar vocals version that Chris included in the episode too, where it's just him singing over the guitar. But the purpose of that clip was to show what a master of backing vocals Bill Stevenson is, which I thought was so cool. There is a full performance of just guitars and singing of this song where Chris and Bill Stevenson are finding backing vocals for almost every line in the song. So you can hear Chris harmonizing with himself in all these different ways of tracks that may not have even made the final cut of the record. It's just Chris singing underneath himself with vocal melody ideas that he and Bill Stevenson were coming up with in the studio. And that is in the Patreon also. And it's so cool to see just how much layering goes into these records that we as casual listeners are just driving down the road singing along, but like there's so much care and work that goes into this work. So go check those out on Patreon. Strongly recommend. So let's dive into the lyrics. What do you think?
Yeah, Greg. And I thought, something that you mentioned at the beginning, maybe this being a song that you overlooked for a while, if at least only on guitar. This was not one of my favorite tracks on this record for the first couple years that I owned it, and I liked it, and I really liked it, and I would sing along, and I thought about the words. I didn't necessarily understand them, but not a song that I would have played for someone else if I was like, hey, you got to check out and buy this record. So I was thinking, like, what did other people at the time say? And, we've read some reviews first, and I wanted to just go back to a couple reviews that I found that reference this song. So from punknews.org, the writer Crackpot Demagogue wrote, "Humane meat, which shoots down the paradoxical notion that it is possible to kill humanely, played out with a stunning screaming solo. Lyrically, this theme continues on Potemkin City Limits, with Hannah presenting an extremely poignant and touching account of animal suffering, proving here again, as he has done repeatedly over the years, that his lyrics can stand alone and stand out as prose on their own merit.
Wow, I agree.
Another review from Sputnik Music from Streetlight Rock wrote, the first 6 songs alone would be worth the album's price, with songs like Tertium Non Dator and Potemkin City Limits among some of the best material the band has ever written. And then on Dominionated, Jeff Parent wrote, the band is also careful not to cater to any one pillar of their sound. The pop punk leanings of songs like Humane Meat, Without Love, and the gut-wrenching Potemkin City Limits trade off with the heavier, thrashier numbers like This Is Your Life, Tertium Non Dator, and Incalculable Effect. So I was glad to see that reviewers did pick up on the immensity and the beauty of this song in 2009 and 2010, because I kind of overlooked it.
So did I. My main overlooked songs from this record are as follows: Potemkin City Limits, Funeral Procession, and Incalculable Effects. Those were like the 3 songs where I was kind of like, yeah, they're great, but it's like I was like, Without Love, Tertium Non Dator, Supporting Cast, Night Letters, you know what I mean? Like, so this is a massively overlooked track for me. But let's get into the lyrics here. We've got our first line. Francis didn't give a fuck about the rollbacks, the overproduction, the reduced demand. He never gave much thought to disputed contracts. So people heard me talk at length about the personification of Francis in the 3 interviews that I did for this episode. So I won't go too far into that, but Keith, I'm curious about the evolution of your understanding with relation to this song's main character.
Yeah, I think it mirrors a lot of what I've seen on YouTube comments or Chris's Patreon, that I did not realize that Francis was a pig. I mean, for the first year that I listened to this album, I didn't have the lyrics, the CD booklet, the liner notes. I downloaded it and then I listened to it a ton, but I missed some words like, abattoir. I think that is a key word, and I just missed it. And I didn't see the references to certain images or books or Chris's 2-page scathingly angry and at times funny diatribe against individual choices that enable and perpetuate animal cruelty, literally sandwiched right between Humane Meat and Potemkin City Limits. So I didn't really read between the lines, as I didn't have the lines, and I wasn't able to make the connection just based on what I heard and deciphered. So I would say for the first couple of years, at least 2009 and 10, before I had a physical copy, I remember thinking that it was like a dystopian story set in the future, something Orwellian, of a factory hunting down and killing the workers as a way to cut production costs. So like in my head, like his mother worked in the factory with him. The mother did not get out, but once the killing, the slaughter commences, Francis is able to escape and live in hiding. And maybe that speaks to speciesism and anthropocentricity that the band is addressing here, that I couldn't imagine a sentient being with a name, a mother, and complex emotions as I could, like, I couldn't imagine it being anything other than a human, right? Francis must have been a human. I would not have been able to automatically just think that it could be a non-human animal. So I had like that misconception and misinterpretation for a while before coming across things. I don't remember exactly when it was like, wait a second, this is about a pig.
Yeah. It took me an embarrassingly long time as well to figure it out.
Right.
And I had the lyrics, So I was just stupid. So don't feel too badly about yourself. At least you have the excuse that you didn't actually have the words in front of you and you were actually, doing something useful with your life while not reading the lyrics. So anyway, I read the blurbs on Red Deer, Alberta's official website with regards to the naming of Francis. So Red Deer, Alberta is the town where this actual story with Francis the pig and his escape and living in the wilderness took place. So this is a quote from Red Deer's official website. It says, quote, "It wasn't until late October that the pig's escape became local news. Names for the plucky porker such as Papillon and Dundee began to swirl. Perhaps in homage to St. Francis of Assisi, patron saint of animals, or Sir Francis Bacon, English philosopher, scientist, and author, the name Francis stuck." So that's how Francis's name came to originate as reported on Red Deer's official website. So, that's just a little bit of the history behind the actual naming itself. And then we have this next line. In his short life, he'd only ever known panic, fear, pain, darkness, and pandemonium in the hell that was his home. And when I envision this lyric, I envision children who live in unsafe homes a lot of the time. I also picture the 25 million annual victims of human trafficking spread across the entire planet. And when we envision horrid conditions for humans, it seems logical to me to extend that horror over the horrendous to non-human animals as well. And I know nobody listening to this is a calf or a piglet or a chick, but if you envision a child living in an abusive household, you would feel empathic pain for it. You'd know that if a child had its arm broken, that you would be horrified. So why aren't people horrified when a chick has its tiny legs snapped or piglets get kicked or, worse? I just don't understand how human beings can pretend to be so smart and so enlightened while also being so callous and capable of disregarding cruelty for something that doesn't contain the same, DNA or whatever. So that's what springs to mind for me whenever I read these keywords: panic, fear, pain, darkness, pandemonium. And I think about the variety of ways that humans and non-humans can experience those sensations of panic, fear, pain, darkness, pandemonium.
Yeah, right. That actually brought me back to a quote I shared on a previous episode from Richard Dawkins. I want to read it again just to set up some thoughts I had related to that. The quote says, "We are going to die, and that makes us the lucky ones. Most people are never going to die because they are never going to be born. In the teeth of these stupefying odds, it is you and I in our ordinariness that are here. We privileged few who won the lottery of birth against all odds. How dare we whine at our inevitable return to that prior state from which the vast majority have never stirred?" But and I think about that in terms of my experiences, my struggles, my thoughts as a human being, right? But what about the living creatures who defy the cosmic odds and are conceived and born only to be immediately killed by a macerator, like the estimated 7 million male baby chicks killed by the egg industry each year, or the 40 million female ducklings culled and turned into cat food and fertilizer, since they won't gain as much weight as male ducks, or those that do survive the first few hours or days, they're immediately mutilated, they're debeaked with a hot blade, they're castrated without anesthesia, they're tail docked. 99% of all of the US farmed animals live on factory farms. So that's more than 1.5 billion animals. And to be born into that means that extreme confinement is a defining feature, right? It's a defining feature of factory farms. This leads to boredom, frustration, stress, and other serious welfare concerns for factory farmed animals. The most intensive confinement systems for cows is called a tie stall and is used specifically for dairy cows. And each cow spends all her time tied into a single stall, followed by a loose stall in which cows are allowed to roam around a small shed. And still, these cows spend their whole lives indoors. And many chickens raised for meat, known as broiler chickens, are kept in battery cages with roughly the same amount of space as a piece of notebook paper.
Oh,
Or female pigs used for breeding are held in gestation crates so small that they cannot turn around for the duration of their entire lives. And animals are genetically manipulated and bred to enhance certain traits. So nearly all chickens raised for food in the US come from a handful of breeds that grow incredibly large, incredibly fast, which not only means that the bird is in pain, but it can also lead to leg deformities and other health issues that cause premature death, heart attacks, starvation, or dehydration due to the inability to walk and get feed and water being crushed under the weight of their body. And so billions of animals every year that are born into suffering. So, we complain about daily lives and existence, the struggles of the grind. I do as well. Yet there is a window into our experiences. Now, there is human compassion that extends to the struggles we face while we wall off, hide, and ignore the industrial suffering we inflict on animals. And at the same time, we teach our children to identify in children's books and storybooks, to name in songs, to learn their sounds and calls, animals that we then put into these conditions. They catch your breath with their beauty, with the right photo, a baby chick, a piglet, a cow nuzzling its mother in that single incident. But we don't extend that same awe and admiration and compassion toward the endless suffering the same animals experience, so that way we can have like a chicken sandwich or eggs and bacon or a milkshake or a grilled cheese. So that, as you extended this idea in thinking about the human part of it, just like if you were to see this happening to a baby chick, right? If you saw a single animal suffering, right, a person would be horrified and they would probably intervene in some way. But the suffering is so immense, it's like the human brain can't process it. That's at least part of it, right? Obviously, our selfish desires and choices and habits are in the way as well. But to apply that suffering in a single location of hundreds of thousands of animals, there's something about probably most people that they can't interpret and process that. Flipping through some books, Jeffrey Mason, he wrote The Face on Your Plate, The Truth About Food. A quote that I had earmarked there says, "We are not encouraged on a daily basis to pay careful attention to the animals we eat. On the contrary, the meat, dairy, and egg industries all actively encourage us to give thought to our own immediate interest, taste, for example, or cheap food, but not to the real suffering involved. They do so by deliberately withholding information and by cynically presenting us with idealized images of happy animals in beautiful landscapes, scenes of bucolic happiness that do not correspond to anything in the real world. The animals involved suffer agony because of our ignorance. The least we owe them is to lessen that ignorance.
And those
And-
idealized images are also a Potemkin village.
Right, Greg. And I've been complacent in my learning of the horrors of the animal industrial complex, even with this podcast and even with the episodes that we've already addressed. I think I was like hovering in a holding pattern mostly of either my habits or even like just the knowledge, not really branching out in what I know or what I've seen, or exposing myself to the inhumanity that happens every day. I'm aware of it, but I pretty much sheltered myself or walled off things. And, an example of that would be the documentary Earthlings that you've mentioned a number of times in the past, which I had not built up the courage to watch, and I still haven't watched it in its entirety because the images are so heartbreakingly jarring. They're so terribly disturbing. I've been working my way through it because I kind of have to break it into pieces to lessen my ignorance, to remind myself of the consequences of my own decisions, to not be as blind and deaf to the enslavement of entire populations of species. And, somewhat related, I'm rereading Neil Postman's Amusing Ourselves to Death right now.
Oh, it's a great book.
Yeah, and part of it just happened to coincide with Chris Hanna's most recent episode about this song, Potemkin City Limits. And I just think that he mentioned some similar themes or issues there, and how our lives have become so defined by entertainment, our culture, our expectations, our free time is almost exclusively defined by escape, making it harder to see, when you seek it out, footage of dolphins having their throats slit or monkeys vomiting from the exposure to radiation during experiments. So the realities of animal exploitation, abuse, and suffering have been kept from us, concealed behind those images of the smiling pigs in the commercials of Farmer John and those, idyllic scenes of hard work that convey some sense of like balance between human and animal life. But we also deceive ourselves, knowing there is the footage out there,
Yes.
knowing there are images and exposés and whistleblowers. Something far more menacing and evil is behind our habits or our purchases. And perhaps worse than being deceived, I think for many of us, myself included, is that for a while I've opted out of viewing the terms and conditions and that like justify our choices despite having access to that information. Greg, I tell you, man, this episode has made me think about these issues far more deeply than I have in a long time. The lyrics, Chris Hanna's podcast, my preparation for our chat, it's kept me up. I've had trouble sleeping in researching and preparing for this, and it's striking a chord in me in ways that I haven't felt moved or motivated or challenged when it comes to animal rights, and not selective animal rights where I'm willing to divest my support, but a more whole-scale abstinence from the system, like probably feeling more motivated than even when I first stopped eating meat. And I'm tired of seeing the pig diagrams of cuts of pork, or the same thing of beef as tattoos, or some terrible home decor t-shirts. And I'm thankful that these lyrics and the accompanying resources that non-human animals deserve our admiration, compassion, and protection not just like our knowledge and attention when it fits our likes, our wants, and our habits. And our pal Guns of Britain reimagined those like at best tacky displays and posters, and at worst they're just inhumane, like the cuts of pork chart or whatever, by overlaying this line onto a pig: panic, fear, pain, darkness, and pandemonium, making that tattoo one of the best I've ever seen, and a beautiful like adaptation of this song and connection. So
yeah, I've made a lot of recent life changes for myself as well, with my own eating habits as well, and I've been vegetarian for a long time, but as of today, I'm like 50 days animal product free. So I mean, this has been kind of a huge victory for me the last couple of months. So I've been feeling it as well, and it's overwhelming, and I am embarrassed to be 38 and be like, oh my gosh, I really should just stop sucking, and I should just do the thing that I've been threatening to do for so long and just do it. So I've made some significant life changes myself, and but like Chris was talking about the challenges of seeing all the footage, and he's talked about this on his podcast a couple times. He's like, I am to the point in my life where I do not need to see any more evidence of any of this pain and suffering that has happened. He's like, I cannot look at it anymore, which I think a lot of people got really upset that the pig screaming in Purina Hall of Fame was taken out of the Today's Empires reissue. But, Chris was like, I cannot hear this anymore. And he talked about that a lot in his Purina Hall of Fame episode as well. But, you just reach a tipping point eventually where you've seen enough and you realize what you do and do not want to be a part of. And people come to those decisions in their own way, in their own time. So, but yeah, I keep thinking back to that humane meat episode that we made where I was like about to throw up while we were recording it. And what a memory that is. But let's get to this next line. So we have fourth quarter earning expectations expedited his demise. The panic grew as the humans stalked among them. So these weren't included in the original 2005 demo, but the application of this line to thinking about the generations of humans living under capitalist profit margin-based societies whose sole objective is answering to shareholders' expectations of profit, and how that means people with lives committed to certain organizations and businesses are just let go after a bad fiscal quarter. The panic growing in this lyric reminds me of a boss making the rounds through rows of, bland cubicles, looking for any reason to pick off a certain underperformer and show them the door. The parallels to the human corporate world and the situation of the slaughterhouse in this lyric are pretty striking and stood out to me as well with this line.
Yeah. And like the opening line that references overproduction and reduced demand, the decision here to slaughter animals is not to feed people. It is not to reduce human suffering and to minimize human hunger, as many would like to believe the factory farm industry accomplishes. And this is an economic decision that will maximize profits or minimize losses. If it were about feeding humans, there would not be 7 billion male chicks killed every year by the egg industry. It has nothing to do with feeding people.
Yeah.
It's about what's most profitable. And, even with COVID, The millions of chickens were culled due to kinks in the supply chain and reduced demands due to the closing of restaurants, the limits on indoor dining in 2020. Workers suffocated millions of chickens by turning off the ventilation to barns or by drowning chickens in firefighting foam.
Oh my God.
The U.S. Department of Agriculture and the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service said that state veterinarians and government officials assisted with these mass culls or depopulations. And after chickens, piglets were killed the most because farms typically operate on the assumption that they'll be able to send off mature hogs to slaughter so that hogs still being grown have room to live. So there isn't much excess capacity if the mature hogs have to stick around due to meat packing bottlenecks. One quote I found said, if the finished pigs who weigh about 280 pounds are unable to head to the packing plant, there is no room in the barn to receive the new batch of pigs from the nursery. If the nursery isn't vacated, there is no room for the piglets. All the while, new piglets are being born with nowhere to go. So because the industry is so competitive, life cycles are tightly regulated to maximize efficiency and profit. Again, not to reduce human hunger. So for the pigs that were raised and unable to be slaughtered, the preferred method of killing, according to the American Veterinary Medical Association, included injectable anesthetic overdose, gassing, shooting with guns or bolts, electrocution, and manual blunt force trauma, which can mean slamming piglets against the ground, while ventilator shutdown, aka VSD, would essentially cook the pigs alive.
Gross.
I found a quote from a whistleblower at a farm in Iowa that said, they shut the pit pans off, shut the ventilation fans off, and heat up the building. That's what the plan is. It's horrific as it is. It was first used on test call sows. Those were first given the VSD treatment. The first day, they shut off the fans and turned the heat up, and the hottest they could get the building was 120 degrees. After 4 to 5 hours, none of the animals were dead. There was an attempt to induce steam into the building, along with the heat and the ventilation shutdown, and that is how they ultimately perfected their VSD operation.
Oh my God.
Every time they've been euthanizing the animals, it's been a test in a sense. Piglets were killed off in a barn with gas generators. And then, like these animals that are killed in mass, tens or hundreds of thousands at a time, they're removed and disposed of with bulldozers. I mean, this is a feature. This isn't a bug. This is the design, and cruelty is built into the system. And the system isn't about feeding more humans. So that simply cannot be a defense if this is what we do to animals that we raise and then are not even eaten.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just COVID specific. So what about the big picture, right? About a third of the food produced in the US is wasted. That's a pretty common or well understood statistic. While 10% of the US experiences food insecurity, and Americans throw out 26% of meat, poultry, and fish at the retail and the consumer level. So I read from one data scientist, Harish Sethu, who said that he's an author of a blog called Counting Animals. He says that America's meat waste problem means we're raising about 1 billion chickens, more than 100 million other land animals, mostly turkeys, pigs, and cows, as well as capturing about 25 billion fish and 15 billion shellfish, mostly shrimp, only to have them end up in a landfill. And those numbers are from 10 years ago. And they only predictably have gotten worse. So 5% of the 9 billion chickens raised for meat in the US, about 450 million chickens die on the farm, or they die in transportation on the way to a slaughterhouse. So, like, even worse, a substantial amount of the animals raised in abject cruelty, abused, tortured, confined, mutilated, and then slaughtered, are never even eaten. They provided no nourishment, no sustenance, no calories. Their entire brief existence, defined by pain and suffering, was an exchange of money.
Yeah, and if you think about the as you mentioned earlier, the sheer improbability of ever having been born as any species,
Right.
like possible, any possible species, the improbability of being born as that is high. So to have that be the sole objective for why you are born into this world is just disgusting. It's disgraceful. And so many of us are just completely a part of it. And it's really hard to rationalize, which is where like the cognitive dissonance of this message of the song really comes into play. But we've got this next line. When the screaming began, Francis shut his eyes and felt the hand of inhumanity brush over him. And how can you hear this lyric and not think back to hearing the actual screaming included in the original version of Purina Hall of Fame?
Yeah, right.
When the screaming began, whether human or non-human, it's on clear display with both voices in Purina Hall of Fame. The man doing the screaming and the pig doing the screaming. They're both screaming.
Good point.
One of them is the hand of inhumanity brushing over, right? The man screaming, "Get up," or the sow being beaten and kicked. It's all there. Many people who are fans of this band have heard it hundreds of times at this point. And, you know, there's an Australian businessman and philanthropist named Philip Wallen who has an unbelievable quote about witnessing the screaming firsthand, which I'd like to read. He said this in a debate about a vegan diet at the St. James Ethics and the Wheeler Center debate in 2012. So this is a quote from Wallen. King Lear, late at night on the cliffs, asked the blind Earl of Gloucester, "How do you see the world?" And the blind man replies, "I see it feelingly. Shouldn't we all? Animals must be off the menu because tonight they are screaming in terror in the slaughterhouse, in crates and cages. Vile, ignoble gulags of despair. I heard the screams of my dying father as his body was ravaged by the cancer that killed him. And I realized I had heard these screams before in the slaughterhouse. Eyes stabbed out and tendons slashed on the cattle ships to the Middle East, and the dying mother wail as a Japanese harpoon explodes in her brain as she calls out to her calf. Their cries were the cries of my father. I discovered when we suffer as equals. And in their capacity to suffer, a dog is a pig, is a bear, is a boy. Meat is the new asbestos, more murderous than tobacco. CO2, methane, and nitrous oxide from the livestock industry are killing our oceans with acidic, hypoxic dead zones. 90% of small fish are ground into pellets to feed livestock. Vegetarian cows are now the world's largest ocean predator. The oceans are dying in our time. By 2048, all our fisheries will be dead. The lungs and the arteries of the earth, billions of bouncy little chicks are ground up alive simply because they are male. Only 100 billion people have ever lived, 7 billion alive today. And we torture and kill 2 billion animals every week. 10,000 entire species are wiped out every year because of the actions of one species. We are now facing the 6th mass extinction in cosmological history. If any other organism did this, a biologist would call it a virus. It is a crime against humanity of unimaginable proportions. And I watched that debate. The whole video is on YouTube. And I was just like, I have got to quote this entire section because it was
profound. Yeah.
So well said about hearing his father screaming while dying of cancer and being like, wow, I've actually heard screaming of this magnitude before. But a lot of, just on another side note, a lot of, I was like, I've recognized this. And a lot of people who follow our Instagram know I'm totally obsessed with a band called Hit the Switch from California. And they actually included a sample of Wallen on their album Entropic on a song called Slaughterhouse 13, which is a fantastic song. But yeah, that quote from Wallen was absolutely amazing. And I've watched it a couple of times at this point.
Yeah, the screaming really, like that word choice is incredibly important. Not bleating, mooing, oinking, grunting, but screaming like you would scream, like your loved ones would scream, like any living creature with the physical ability to vocally project, calling out in terror, pleading for help or mercy, and not saved by compassion or some deus ex machina, but sheer luck, right? A fleeting moment, the narrowest window to escape, Francis is able to get by despite the odds being stacked against them.
Yeah. So we've got this next line, but his would-be killer's back turned for a moment and a blinding ray of light spread across the floor. In a crimson pool, he saw his own reflection as he bolted for the door. So Red Deer's website reports on the escape. So this is what they say about the story. The story began at the local slaughterhouse, CA Meats, in the summer of 1990. A 108 kilogram range pig known only as Butcher Hog KH27 jumped over a 1.2 meter wall surrounding the kill floor, snuck through the sausage plant, pushed open the screen door, and escaped into the bushes. So I love this visual of Francis bolting for the door, and it got me thinking about animal resistance. The pig screaming in Purina Hall of Fame is clearly screaming out in resistance. And it got me thinking back on our episode on nailing Descartes to the wall, where we went into these exact topics on our interview with Dr. Lauren Corman, which I feel like I could plunk down right on this episode as well as being a totally applicable interview for this episode. It's one of my favorite all-time conversations I've had for this podcast, by the way.
It's really good. Really good.
Corman, amazing. And, you know, we discussed Dr. Corman's article, which she co-authored with Surratt Calling. So I looked up Surratt Calling's work, and it turns out Calling has a brand new book out called Animal Resistance in the Global Capitalist Era from Michigan State University Press. And the description of the book reads, the concept of animal resistance is now reaching a wide audience across the social media landscape. Animal Resistance in the Global Capitalist Era offers an overview of how animals resist human orderings in the context of capitalism, domestication, and colonization. Exploring this understudied phenomenon, this book is attentive to both the standpoints of animal resistors and the way they are represented in human society. Together, these lenses provide insight into how animals' resistance disrupts the dominant paradigm of human exceptionalism and the distancing strategies of enterprises that exploit animals for profit. Animals have been relegated to the margins by human spatial and ideological orderings, but they are also the subjects of their own struggle, located at the center of their liberation movement.
Wow, that's awesome. Wow.
So this book is great. I'm reading it right now. The book is broken into 3 sections. Why do animals resist? How do animals resist? To what ends and beginnings do animals resist? And I want to read a passage from Calling's introduction, which begs us to listen to the language being spoken by animals who do not speak the language of humans. So, Calling writes, a cow and calf flee from a farm by swimming across a pond, running through a forest, and jumping over a high fence into the pasture of an animal sanctuary, where they hide among a herd of horses. 4 baboons escape from a biomedical research facility by rolling a 55-gallon barrel into an upright position, climbing onto the barrel, and jumping over their enclosure's wall. After being sold to become fast food, a chicken absconds over a fence and travels 3 miles over 2 months to reunite with her best friend, a rooster named Horst. These 3 viral news stories, which occurred within a month, are not unusual. Each demonstrates and reflects a familiar pattern. Animals struggle against captivity, and their fight or flight for freedom elicits a strong response from the public. Such defiant acts are forms of animal resistance. Animals are largely subjugated in human society, but some manage to transgress the spatial and ideological orderings forced upon them. The social and political positioning of animals as commodities and living property makes this resistance no easy feat. Animals are communicating through their resistance. How then, in a society where dominant modes of communication and knowledge production are exclusive to humans, can witnesses and allies of non-human animals read their defiant acts against exploitation and oppression? How do we represent other animals' struggles when we speak different languages? These questions are central to the project of centering animals in their liberation movement without appropriating their voices and experiences.
Mm-hmm.
So, knowing that I can tell nearly all animals, quote, this animal does not wish to die, and knowing that they will not care is hard, you know? Knowing that nearly everyone would look through the glass walls of slaughterhouses and collectively shrug is nauseating. I'm not here to tell anyone how to live their lives, but I've gotten to a point where basically all I see is suffering across so many people, especially during the pandemic. And the misery we face as a society is on full display right now. I like whenever Chris says I don't want to see anymore, like I feel that way too a lot of times because it's so overwhelmingly painful. But I loved Surratt's ideas of listening to their voices and recognizing that they are using voices. And this brings me to the topic of animals who have escaped captivity and ran because their lives depended on it. So Calling discusses the why, how, and to what ends do animals resist. And there are so many examples of these, like Slide, the cow in Brazil who wound up on a water slide. Frank, a cow who escaped a Queens, New York slaughterhouse and now lives at Farm Sanctuary after John and Tracy Stewart stepped in to help rescue Frank. Blizzard, a goat who escaped from a trailer, taking her to a livestock auction in Hackettstown, New Jersey, where she would likely be sold to the dairy industry. Or Yvonne, a cow in Germany who escaped from a farm in 2011, evaded capture for 3 months, and was eventually rescued and placed in an animal sanctuary. So picture yourself in the situation. If an intruder is inside your house trying to murder you, you would bolt for the door too. But instead of bolting into the street and screaming for other humans to help you, a pig or a cow would bolt into the world speaking a non-human language in a world full of people speaking human languages. And the fact we don't speak the same language creates this superiority complex in humans where the humans tend to rationalize themselves into doing what they want instead of what is mutually agreeable to the human and the non-human. So that's just some thoughts I have on that.
I am writing down that book and looking into that as we speak, Greg. You know, like those news stories that go viral for the wrong reasons, I think, right? Like we don't think, what are they running from? We just think of even people I know who eat meat or whatever find themselves rooting for an animal that they would otherwise destroy.
Yeah.
But we don't think of what are they escaping? What are they running from? It's just that it's somewhere it doesn't belong. And then it becomes this kitschy Hallmark story of perseverance rather than the backstory of abuse and exploitation.
Yeah, well, that brings us to our next line. Not just some fractured fairy tale, although I wish that were true. This is a fable far too real. So, fractured fairy tale is a term worth breaking down. So, a fairy tale itself is a short story that includes fantasy and magical characters like elves, gnomes, giants, mermaids, fairies, and other enchanted creatures. And a story, as far as children, involving fantastic forces and beings such as fairies, wizards, and goblins, and a story in which improbable events lead to a happy ending. And, examples of this would be Goldilocks and the Three Bears, Hansel and Gretel, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Cinderella, Three Billy Goats Gruff, Three Little Pigs, stuff like that. So that's a fairy tale. A fractured fairy tale takes a classic fairy tale or children's story and adds a twist, changes characters, or makes it more modern. So think about changing language and setting. So some examples of fractured fairy tales that people out there may know would be The True Story of the Three Little Pigs, Ninja Red Riding Hood, Cinderella and the Furry Slippers, and Who Pushed Humpty Dumpty. So those are some examples of fractured fairy tales that people out there might know.
And Greg, the next line, yet we somehow still cling to the storylines that bridge the chasm between cognition and belief. Any old implausible denial that might offer some relief from the dissonance that Francis left screaming in his wake as deep into the heart of the city's parklands he made good his escape.
Yeah, going back to what I said during the music part about how this part is slow, you're supposed to hear these lyrics. The music is slow, the lyrics are crystal clear. There should be no mistaking the listener being asked to internalize how we all tell ourselves stories, to talk ourselves out of feeling complicity in the systems that cause suffering. But Red Deer's website says Francis made his home just east of West Park and along the bike trails by the Red Deer Regional Hospital. He foraged in the grass and was known to rummage through residential garbage cans and startle pedestrians walking the bicycle trails. Some people claim to have seen him fighting off coyotes. But Chris goes into an immense amount of detail on his Patreon on the cognitive dissonance that are at the heart of the song's lyrics, which I think you should all go listen to and re-listen to. But when the single story of the single escaped renegade animal gets reported on in the media, we cheer for them. But when there are thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions or billions of animals who don't escape, we don't cheer for them, So that's the gap between belief and practice that I don't really see any changing anytime soon, Surratt Calling has another passage I'd like to read from Animal Resistance in the Global Capitalist Era, which states, to genuinely listen to animals' voices requires being mindful of and trying to dissolve the asymmetrical power structures in animal-human relationships. Despite their diversity, multiplicity, and complexity, non-human animals have been largely represented in the dominant Western European discourse as ahistorical, monolithic, and unable to affect their surroundings. Following a long tradition of European science and colonization denying animals' subjectivity and agency, animals' voices still go unheard, unrecognized, and unacknowledged by humans. Undoing the damage requires decentering the animal, being cautious to avoid positioning ourselves as a primary referent from which to measure other animals who have their own histories, cultures, and communities. And, when I look at my cat who is sitting here being insane right now, I like see like I could be holding a pig or a cow or a chicken. Like I follow this guy on Instagram who plays guitar to his pig. And I love that Instagram channel because like I play guitar with my cat and this guy plays guitar with his pig. And I see an alive entity, alive, consciousness that is here and now. And here's my cat. You can see him, he's right here. I don't want to kill this cat. Like he's great. Look at him, and the fact that I don't want to kill this cat means I want this cat to survive and have its one chance of existing on this planet for however long he happens to live with me and, live in general. But this cat wasn't born to serve me. And if something was born to serve me, I don't want that to be the case either. So I will not allow that thing to serve me because it doesn't deserve that. And I haven't asked for it. So having grown up in like a meat centric and barbecue centric family, choosing to not ignore my own cognition anymore was and is hard. But I happen to live in a time and place where I don't need to eat animals to survive. It's not life or death for me. If it was life or death for me, then I would probably do it, but it's completely optional. Like I'm not willing to kill my own animals and I'm not willing to take the life myself. And the evidence I have been presented about that fact and the conditions that animals tend to live in makes me feel like I don't really have a right to eat that stuff anymore because I'm not willing to do the killing myself and I don't want to be part of it.
Greg, as you were reading that last passage and describing the decentering of humans, just thinking of the intersection of ideas of, as we talked about in refusing to be a man, decentering males and realizing that we have this birthright, wanted or not, or the things that we are taught that we deserve and that we should have simply because of our biological sex. But that same idea, there being some assumptions, expectations, and demands because we've been taught that we are superior.
Mm-hmm.
And that's humbling to question that.
Yeah.
Right? Like
Heck
that is
yeah.
very humbling to look at that idea and say, I don't deserve to enjoy a snack at this animal's expense and suffering. And
Mhm.
I am not more important to the planet than this other, beautiful living being. And I gotta get that book. I just say, I don't know. I gotta get that book. And this this story of Francis's escape provided an opportunity for the community of Red Deer to critically reevaluate its dependence upon animals that leads to suffering and exploitation. But rather than tracing Francis's steps back to the abattoir, to the slaughterhouse, and then to the grocery store, and then to the refrigerators, the story was twisted, warped, and misinterpreted as a way to avoid those details, to not have to challenge or question the choices that people make. A framing of the event as the importance of the pork industry meant that people who wrote letters to free Francis didn't have to worry about all the other Francises killed in the time of his escape, or those slaughtered on the same day that he was captured, or all the sentient animals that were processed into products that no longer resemble the face of animals that we touch at petting zoos, or we fawn over on a calendar. Chris Hanna's recent podcast about this song went deep into cognitive dissonance. And it's a term I think I had a simplified understanding of. Like, I saw the condition as someone knowing smoking is bad, but still doing it, right?
Right.
Like, you know,
Yeah.
something is harmful, destructive. Someone knowing that the dairy, egg, and meat industries inflict lifetimes of pain upon billions of animals every single day, but still make the choice based on personal taste habits, despite the knowledge of that suffering. Chris's explanation, though, expanded upon the dissonance part, that the contradiction between one's beliefs and actions creates this discomfort. And I've been really stuck on that idea since listening. Like, if I get a little extra spending money, hawking something on eBay, you know, a gift or whatever, I start making a mental list of all the records I want to buy.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I have almost no ability right now to currently listen to a record due to work, my son's schedule, and knowing that money would be far better utilized, donated toward organizations working to address the various issues that we talk about on the show, or knowing that depictions of women and sexuality and pornography perpetuate harmful beliefs about consent and intimacy, yet still viewing it, actively aware that it is harmful, and the resulting discordance between my actions and beliefs creates this internal, and conflict isn't the right word, but this disharmony.
Mhm.
I'm fully aware that social media is harmful toward my own like well-being. It preoccupies my mind when far more important things require my attention, my mental and my physical efforts. I've been feeling out of sync a lot lately, and I don't feel that what I do is the best reflection of what I believe or who I am, or at least who I like wish I was. And that includes the specific context of the song. So what I thought was so profound about his episode, go listen to it, people,
Yes.
is that he talks about obviously the story of Francis, but in the context of cognitive dissonance, he goes just far greater. And it seems as though the song, even when he wrote it, was more than just about animal liberation. So it was interesting when people on Patreon say like, and we all know what the song's about, pick something else. But there's always more, right? There's always more, and there's always other ways you can apply it. So I am aware of the monstrous practices in place by the industries that I support. But because I've been tuned out to those conditions, I've not reminded myself of the daily realities that dairy cows and egg-laying chickens endure. I'm not a vegan, so I feel that dissonance, but learning more and more and spending more time with that discomfort. I don't know, that dissonance is greater, learning more. And it's harder to manage without either sacrificing a part of my humanity or changing my habits, right? And much to the frustration, I'm sure, of our very supportive vegan listeners.
They're great. Yeah.
Yeah, like honestly, like that you only earn my, like you deserve to be frustrated and just say, as you're yelling now, just go vegan. I'm not professing veganism at this moment. And while I haven't committed to that at this time, I have reevaluated my choices more so in the last few weeks, thinking about this song than even when I first stopped eating meat in 2010. So I found, Chris's Effective Advocacy 101 liner notes, and I want to just read one part because I miss this, right? I miss this in the band's liner notes.
Yeah.
Even if he doesn't want to do it anymore, I always look forward to this, even if I didn't listen to it, because I was being challenged, even if I wasn't ready at the moment. So I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says, and while it may be true that I take great pleasure in ridiculing morons crossed out, rad dudes who eat animal corpses and their reproductive secretions, it's important for me to be clear that veganism isn't about purity or superiority. It's simply about extending moral consideration to other inhabitants of a complex planet in a morally ambivalent universe where, despite the statistical improbability of it all, we Earthlings, human and non-human, appear to be the only instance of sentient life that is or ever has been. That's some heavy shit,
Yeah.
it says after. And I think, having not seen Earthlings at that time, and even only in parts until recently, I didn't realize how much of a thematic connection that documentary has with this song. I mean, I think it's very clear the influence of that film, its message, the centering of humans as Earthling. We think of Earthling, we think of humans, right? And we forget all of the other life forms. And clearly here, like this song and the story of Francis, we can see that we are not the only beings that experience joy or pain, or experience fear. So if we know that, what can we do to reduce and to minimize that?
Yeah. We've got this next line here, which is one of the greatest lines in all propaganda songs. And I know, like, I say this a lot, but like, whenever I come across a line like this is the stuff where I'm like, this band has taught me as much about, ideas in life as anything, any book, or any experience. And so the line is where for 5 months he ran free and replayed his only fond memory, just a warm and distant dream of his mother's loving eyes upon him. Frances made it farther than she did. And there is a minute-long buildup that peaks here with mother's loving eyes, and it's so absurdly well timed. But this is easily one of the saddest and most heartbreaking lines in any propaganda song. Picture a mother, a human mother, and a baby. Picture it. If you can envision a mother and a child looking at each other in the tenderest of moments of young childhood and infancy, with the mother and baby looking at each other in a moment of, you are my baby and I am your mommy. And then envision that the mother dies tragically and the kid just has the most fleeting of memories of the mother as a living human being, and knowing that kid is going to grow up clinging to that barely visible scrap of a memory, that tiny glance that they have to focus with all of their powers to conjure. I don't know how that wouldn't elicit an emotional response in someone, really, unless the only memory someone has of their parents is trauma related, But that's what this scene is. A youngster with one memory, his only happy memory of being loved, of feeling loved, of giving love. It's hard to talk about. But Francis got to experience the joy of freedom, foraging, living in nature. He got to live out his pigly nature. And I envision this line being like Francis is living for both of them. And think of how many pigs, chickens, cows, ducks, whatever, haven't been able to do just that. And Surratt Calling, who I've quoted at length in this episode, also is a children's book author. And Surratt wrote a children's book called Chickpea Runs Away, about a cow and her mother who live in a factory farming facility. And here is a passage from Chickpea Runs Away. Chickpea's mommy lived in the stall next to hers. Chickpea didn't remember ever being able to touch her, but they spoke all the time. Moo this and moo that. Chickpea's mommy told Chickpea that she loved her very much. One day, while Chickpea was sleeping, she dreamed that her mommy came over and touched her nose to Chickpea's. It was wet and warm, and she felt full of love. When Chickpea woke up, she discovered that her mommy was gone. She had left in the gray truck. She's not coming back, said a cow in a nearby stall. They never do. Chickpea lay down in her small stall and curled up tight. She wanted to go back to sleep and pretend like nothing had ever happened. Dude, I can't even read that story. I think I own this book. I have never read it to my kid. I cannot do it. Like that harsh, like grow up kid moment at the end where Chickpea realizes like a hard truth, disappointment and heartbreak and agony, and then the mind spirals of what if this happens to everyone? Is it for me? I'm able to visualize an animal having an inner emotional life. Like the more I think about it, the less I'm able to unthink it. And once that has crossed my mind, I'm not able to forget that I ever had that thought. Like I want Chickpea and Francis and every other animal that becomes a parent or who bonds with the parent be able to see that through. Like I've done it with my own kid, and it's just agonizing to think about.
Yeah, maybe obvious to others already, but as a parent and as a recent parent, it complicates it, right? It definitely layers it. There are others who would have already been moved and touched by those images anyway, right?
I never gave a shit about that lyric until, several years ago.
Yeah. So for others, I'm sure it was already there. Me as well. Like I thought about it, but it wasn't one of the gut punches.
Yeah.
Right. But it's a gut punch now.
Mm-hmm.
And seeing a cow that is deformed in a wheelbarrow, a young cow,
mm-hmm.
and its huge eyes, like I see a child's eyes, I see my son's eyes. I don't see an animal that I think deserves to die, an animal that needs to be kept in such conditions for my own like benefit, or for some greater purpose. I think the more you learn and the more you like, is that quote from Jeffrey Mason, like that we owe it to them at least to not be ignorant and to be aware of their suffering. The more you learn about that suffering, the more that it seems like the entire system is just predicated upon not only inhumanity, but myth and misperception.
Mm-hmm.
We have these assumptions that, well, if you got rid of this, what about whatever food, or what about starving people, whatever, where the numbers just simply don't show that. So I don't look at an animal like that and think it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
That's ultimately a meandering way of saying that. I don't think it means that it's the rest of it, like this animal suffering is worth everything else that we get.
Yeah. And then we've got this, the story of the capture. The lyric is a quarter mile just short of the city limits. They finally captured him. So here is the story of Francis's capture and his death from Red Deer's website. With winter fast approaching, on behalf of CA Meats, fisherman and hunter Al Marshall began searching for Francis in earnest. Once the snow set in, Francis's means of acquiring food would be limited and he would not be able to withstand the cold. But Francis remained one step ahead of his tracker. Towards the end of November, traces of Francis disappeared. 4 days later, Francis was spotted on an acreage just west of Red Deer. Marshall caught up with him and shot him with a tranquilizer. It had no effect on the 1.5 meter long pig, and Francis escaped. On November 29th, Marshall picked up Francis's tracks again and was able to slow him down with 3 tranquilizer darts to the rump. A fugitive for 5 months, Francis was finally apprehended. Local farmer Doug Smith was tasked with caring for Francis and taming him. He said of Francis, "He's like an alligator. If you walk past him, he'll tear your leg off." The plan for Francis to live out the remainder of his days in comfort was foiled. After 2 days in captivity, he died. One of the darts used to capture him had pierced his bowel, and on December 1st, 1990, Francis died of periodontitis as a result of the wound. So I talked about this death in my chat with Mitch Pollock about the fact that Francis dies. The fact Francis dies after trying to rescue him is classic human beings taking a situation and making it worse. We are so inherently flawed and so inherently imperfect. And like, we tend to just make things worse. It feels like there are so many ways humans know they need to make the world better and they don't. So I can only presume we are completely fine with continuing to just make things worse. And this is where I go when I become consumed with cynicism, thinking about Francis's death.
And then this line, Greg, there's a statue that the abattoir erected to remind us of all of their contributions. To me, it marks Potemkin city limits, this Francis cast in bronze.
Yeah, so we got a couple important terms here. An abattoir is a very fancy and euphemistic way of saying slaughterhouse. Doesn't that sound better? Abattoir.
Mm-hmm.
So the term is borrowed from French. I don't really know how to say the word, but the term is to slaughter. So abattoir just means to slaughter in French, essentially. Next, there is in fact a Francis statue. We will put those photos on Instagram and Twitter probably. The Red Deer Advocate reported in 2013 on the moving of the Francis statue from its original location. Francis the pig, an abattoir escapee in 1990, is now grazing the grass near the Centennial Spray Park in Rotary Recreation Park as one of the city's ghost sculptures. The sculpture was removed earlier this year from its first location to make way for construction on Little Gates Avenue. Francis's new home is part of the city's launch of 3 new heritage walking tours and 58 new heritage signs celebrating Red Deer's history. Past guest on our middle finger response episode and Red Deer resident Lyndon Nygaard sent in some photos of the statue and its plaque. Chris has excellent commentary on the plaque on his Patreon, which I think you should all go listen to for the 50th time. But I will read the plaque for now. So this is what the Francis the Pig plaque says. Francis the Pig by Danek Modzensky. The legend of Francis began in July of 1990 when this pig escaped from a local abattoir. For nearly 5 months, the fugitive roamed throughout Red Deer's parklands, eluding predators and several attempts to catch him. This freedom-loving pig was finally captured after a particularly intense effort in early 1991. Unfortunately, shortly afterwards, Francis succumbed to injuries he received in the attempt. Francis has captured the imagination of the nation and won many fans. He also reminds us of the importance of hog production and processing to the economy of Red Deer. So the contributions line in the lyrics reminds us of all their contributions, as Chris sings in the song, refers directly to that caption on the plaque. And even though this story that inspired the hearts and minds of the nations, they're still like, hey, but what about us? Look how important we are. It's just like such a childish move that the very cause of Francis's original fleeing for his life is asking us to feel some sort of respect for them. Like they couldn't just not put that in. They had to be like, hey, we're so important. And it's fairly petty. But this also brings up the idea of how we as a society are so shiny on the surface, but the cultural rot, it's pretty intense. Like Chris talks about how the plaque marks the entry point to a society riddled with cultural decay and decrepitude. But on the surface, it looks amazing. Like on the surface of society, we all call home, it looks pretty darn good. But when you think of the environmental ransacking, mass extinction, destruction of ocean life, the fact that plastic is everywhere and in everything, to think that as of this recording in February of 2022, over 7 billion animals have been killed in the US alone for food since the start of 2022. The fact that about 5,000 animals are killed every second in the United States, according to the animal kill clock. The fact that millions of Americans can't go to a doctor, the fact that our political process is pretty much entirely doomed via redistricting, challenging totally valid election results, the fact that one half of the country kind of hates the other half and vice versa. It's bleak, man. We live in a Potemkin city, shiny on the surface with nice, shiny, big buildings, but heaping, rotting pile of garbage underneath. It's us.
Right. And that plausible deniability, right? If we could just feign ignorance, if we could just not know about it, and if we don't inform ourselves and learn about what is below the surface, then we could just say, well, I didn't know.
Exactly. So then we have this revisiting, not just some fractured fairy tale, although I wish that were true. This is a fable far too real, yet we somehow still cling to. So Chris revisits this line, but the stories we have to tell ourselves to justify our own decisions, our place in society, social hierarchies. I love that this line gets revisited. But then we also have that line where he sings, "Turn around, I'm gone," which, what did you think it was for a long time?
Yeah, I think like everyone else, I thought it was "To the Realm of Gods," which I didn't realize was a point of contention.
Yeah.
In the YouTube comments until I saw you there fairly recently, correcting people. But I thought it was like this mythologizing of an animal, making it more than an animal, changing its meaning, its purpose to this projected significance that the industry now gets to define. But yeah, no, it's just turn around, I'm gone.
I love it too. I love the fierce debate on the YouTube comments about that particular line. But then Chris is like on his Patreon, he's like, yeah, it's kind of one of those things about excuse me while I kiss this guy, misheard rock and roll lyrics. But so let's go to YouTube. The amount of comments on YouTube about how this is the song that made someone go vegan or vegetarian, pretty mind-blowing. So a couple comments that I liked are Jord's majestic use of symbols in this song is only second to the feat carried out by one courageous Francis. I love that comment. Another person wrote, an enigmatic band, profound in scope, and I agree they should be more public. They are like the Jason Patrick of punk. You think they've disappeared, and then out of the blue, they release something that makes your head nod while feeding your mind. Another one simply says...
is Jason Patrick the guy from Speed 2?
We might have to Google that. That's hilarious. They say, tightest, raddest band on the planet. I clearly agree. Another one says, I have never been so personally affected by a band's lyrics. Long live Propagandy. Another one says, song changed my life. Another one says, can't count the times I listened to it and still makes me tear up at the fond memories line.
Yeah.
And another one is, I've been listening to this album steadily for 4 years, and I still get hot behind the eyes every time, starting at his mother's loving eyes upon him. Amazing song. And Coby, my first interview on this episode, he talked a lot about how this is a song that changed his life as well. So you get to hear a particular story related to a lot of these comments just now with that interview.
All right, Greg. So what is your takeaway? What are you meditating on? What is your big message thinking about this song for the last couple of weeks?
Yeah. In reading stories of animals who escaped from inevitable slaughter, I came across a quote on an online site called Surge Activism that springs to mind. And
Mhm.
when I watch people cheer for the animals who escape, it's an acknowledgement that what animals endure en route to their deaths is wrong. But when those same people go to a restaurant, they open up that wallet for the smokehouse burger at Texas Roadhouse or the 18-ounce bone-in ribeye at Outback Steakhouse, which are both items I frequently stuffed myself with at various points in my life. I list those particularly because those were my go-tos.
Yeah.
And the cognitive dissonance between what they know to be right and what I'm using they in general terms here,
Mhm.
actually wind up doing is pretty stark. So cultural norms like grilling burgers and dogs, man, cultural norms are extraordinarily hard to break. Even though we ethically know something is super bleak and extraordinarily wrong, going out to dinner with a huge group of people and then ordering a veggie burger when surrounded by aunts and uncles and cousins and parents opens one up to answering questions about food choices, which is just not fun. So there's a lot that goes into it. Like when you change your own decision making, everybody else gets really overly sensitive. Oh my gosh, what's up with that? And then because they feel judged when you make a choice for your own self.
Yes. Yes.
Which is a dilemma that I know many people out there listening have experienced firsthand with their own families and friends. It's not about you. It's about them feeling insecure about their choices when you choose something that doesn't align with what they're choosing. So going back to Surratt Calling, Surratt writes about the long-stated view that animal advocates are voices for the voiceless, but that pig on Purina Hall of Fame sure as hell sounds like it has a voice to me.
Yeah.
Calling notes that it's a savior mentality as opposed to a solidarity mentality, which seeks to hear the voices animals do use to advocate for more planetary justice. And I like the acknowledgement of animals' voices that clearly indicates pain or joy. It's pretty easy to tell what animals are saying. So I'm going to quote Calling, who says it better than me. Animals' resistance insists that we listen to other animals' voices and recognize them as fellow beings in the struggle for social justice. Their disruptions to the system demonstrates the urgency that is needed in this unprecedented struggle. When monkeys unlatch locks and escape from laboratory cages, when pigs refuse to advance down the chute to the slaughterhouse, when cows fight back against those who steal their children, when salmon struggle and gasp for breath when pulled from the water, and when elephants attack those who have killed their family members or encroached on their lands, their actions speak loudly. When cows gather and moo to welcome new residents to animal sanctuaries, or chickens cluck and coo to comfort their newborn chicks, their voices are clear. Animals have been shoved into the margins by human spatial and ideological orderings, but they are also subjects of their own struggles, located at the center of their liberation movement. So back to Surge, I mentioned Surge activism, and they say, but for every one of these animals whose escape and life of freedom in a sanctuary, we cheer and root for their mother, father, brother, sister, and friends will all be killed. For every animal that escapes, there are tens of billions whose suffering goes on ignored and whose life is taken from them needlessly because of us. It's not the escape that matters, but what drives these animals to need to escape in the first place.
Right.
Their fear, their awareness, their consciousness, their experience of life, their suffering. We root for these animals because they reveal to us something that we try to ignore. Their life matters. So that's what I got. Those are some of the things that I'm walking away with.
Yeah. Greg, if we recorded this episode, say a year ago, I would probably say something predictable about the absurdity of rooting for one rogue animal that escaped the mechanized clutches of death while supporting the wholesale massacre of the rest of the animals in that slaughterhouse. But again, I think that part there, that idea is just the tip of the iceberg here. The song is a reminder to look beyond what we are told is true, what we are told is important. It's a reminder to investigate further how the world functions. There are facades all around us, and it's not just factory farming. And if we feel like we've reached some level of harmony or equilibrium, we probably aren't looking behind the curtain enough. That knowledge of the world is a terrible burden. It is oppressive, it's grating, it's overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
But I do firmly believe that ignorance is far more harmful. And if we think we've reached a point of harmony between our convictions and actions, I think for myself, it's wise that I keep looking, and then I reassess, and then I reevaluate, and I challenge myself further. And we should listen to that resonating dissonance in our heads. That is your humanity, spirit, compassion, conscience, whatever, reminding you to put what you know into action. And even if you never fully extinguish that dissonance, doing as much as you can to quiet it to a hum is far more important than ignoring it. This week has felt like I've had earplugs in the last 10 years, and I've been aware of, but have ignored my own humming right within me.
Mm-hmm.
And that shearing sound in my head honestly feels like it's worse than it's ever been. But I'm going to listen to it more this time around, and I'm going to do better to find something closer to an equilibrium, even if my actions aren't always perfect.
Well, this song's a 5. I mean, the power of supporting cast as a record continues to blow my mind.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many perfect songs on this record. It just is baffling. It's confusing to me that any Propaganda fan would say that this isn't their favorite record, but that's another story. When this record came out, this was one of the lower songs for me because it wasn't as musically, technically impressive or whatever. But what a song! The conversations I've had for this song with our fantastic guests, the conversation that I've had with you today, it just speaks hugely to the power of this song, but also the amount of things that we found in relation to researching this song. It's just an endless, deep well of resources that we found just in digging into this song. Like, it's crazy how every Propaganda song is a rabbit hole, but this one is one of the deepest.
Yeah, Greg, it's a 5 for me as well. I think if a decent band watched Earthlings, if they read Animal Liberation, I'm pretty sure that they'd be able to scrape together like a good animal rights song, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most people can share statistics and jarring visuals, but what makes Propaganda different is that they go beyond that, because they think about these issues that expose not only the exploitation of animals, but how they are built into our surroundings while hidden from us, that those industries are rebranded, repurposed, and reimagined. A decent band that wandered upon the statue of Francis would not be able to come up with this song like this. Like I would not be able to see that and
Hell
have
no. No
deeper
way.
questions like, oh, wait, what?
Yeah.
I would see that at, my age on my own or at Chris's age and go, oh, that's different. So, and the same is true for Pre-Arena Hall of Fame, for Humane Meat, for Lowest Order. Like the band processes animal liberation and animal rights differently. And as a result, they help me see the world in a way like I just can't on my own.
Mhm.
So I'm forever grateful for their efforts to make the world less miserable for humans and non-human animals. So this is a 5 for me.
Can you believe that we still have to talk about apparently I'm a PC fascist and lower order and mutual friend? Like, I can't believe we have to do this like several more times.
The continued kick in the pants, I guess.
Well, I hope that the next one we do will kick you in the pants again, because I've had a blast tonight. So let's ride this out. If you want to reach out, you can find us on email at propagandipod@gmail.com. You can find us on Instagram and Twitter at propagandipod. But let's hear Propagandy play this song. This is from 2009, a performance at Mohawk Place in Austin, Texas. See you next time.
Expedited by the light.
Dude, we're gonna be able to make one of those like Roger Ebert voice to text,
AI.
generators, AI from probably just this episode of you talking alone, from the interviews and everything else.
Dude. Yeah, it's like a deep fake. People can make deep fakes of us based on this freaking dumb podcast. Oh, okay. God, look at this fucking cat.
Yeah.
He's like he's sound asleep.
Right.
He's crazy.
Did you get him from a humane society? Where did you?
Yeah, it's a second chance animal rescue cat.
Cool.
He's only 7 months old.
Oh wow. Wow.
Like he's like a baby. He's not even full grown yet.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little asshole too. Like he jumps on everything, knocks everything over. He's fucking insane. But then he does this, and I just like love the hell out of him. But he's a maniac. He's ridiculous. I mean, look at this.
Yeah.
He's completely asleep. He's like totally passed out. Little Chrissy. Yes, I'm talking about you. Yes. Easter eggs galore right now, baby.
His friends